Okay, I think we're ready to begin, and for people on the live stream, this is the 9th public teaching workshop from the Keshe Foundation, and we're having a special on Fukushima and solutions for Fukushima. And we have Mr. Keshe on the Skype call, along with Dr. Elia Kostova, and several Japanese guests and a translator in order to get the message and the conversation going with the Japanese. And the workshop will be in 3 basic parts. The first part will be talk and discussion with Mr. Keshe. Then there'll be a movie that he's prepared that we'll present on the screen. We'll watch that for 45 minutes. And then the last part of the session will be with the Japanese who will be coming online at that point. They'll have questions and there'll be a translation thing going on. So that's the basic synopsis, and I guess I'll let Mr. Keshe, would you like to start off and say something about that?
Okay, we have dedicated this session to Fukushima, and at the same time, once you watch the video, especially the last 5 minutes of the video, you will understand the course which the foundation has set. The last 5 minutes of this video, which is about 45 minutes, I think is the most important part of the whole video, where we set the roadmap and the reason why we set the roadmap for the foundation for 2014. I try to speak very slow because I know the translation is done in the background. I would like, if possible, Kyoko to explain the situation in Fukushima from a Japanese point of view, as she left Tokyo since the accident because of the reasons she has regarding the situation. Could I ask Kyoko to explain the situation, please, from the Japanese point of view? Are you there?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm very deeply apologize that there is some problem in the Japanese translation channel. Yes. Could you give us a second to figure out this problem? Thank you very much. There is many Japanese participant audience are expecting to hear your announcement.
I try to speak a couple of minutes and then you come back because you are important in this discussion as a Japanese. When you're ready, come back and just come in. Don't ask for time.
Okay. I'm coming back then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So what it is, we have changed the situation and we are trying to use the Fukushima accident in opening the technology for world public. As I said, this technology will touch the life of every being on this planet, and we start showing it how and why, and the things which are in the background. We understand the situation from contamination point of view, but at the same time, we understand the problem with the Japanese government and other governments who have to handle contamination. In a recent past, we know that Fukushima is an accident-induced nuclear contamination. But now we know the situation with Niger nuclear, uranium mines, which has been done by the French nuclear industry. The contamination has been running there for a long time. Now we are aware of the contamination during the tests of warheads, nuclear warheads. Different part of the law There are reports in Iraq that the contaminated uranium dust and air pollution has reached Iraq and towards Iran. It's been denied by Iranian agencies in the past 24 hours. But this contamination of radioactive materials are part of the process which is happening in Sahara condition in Africa by the mining of the uranium in Niger. And when the wind comes, the sandstorms go anywhere from the Atlantic Ocean up to Persian Gulf. Depends where the sand lands. So we try to find a solution collectively for us as a human race. I'm sure the situation will not end with this accident. We will have accidents in the future. And so we set the scene that this can be used, the technology, for every aspect. We have, at the same time, other contaminations like land contaminations and water contaminations in China rivers, in industrial lakes in Russia, which during the Soviet time, there are lakes which no fish exist in them. I've been to them, I've seen them, where all the pollution has been sent to these lakes without any consideration over years. And we see the same kind of things all over the world. So maybe this technology is a small step towards correcting what we have done to ourselves on this planet. This opens a totally new research, and this is what we've been trying to do from the beginning, to divert the focus only on energy of the Keshe Foundation research in the space. Now, the decontamination, the health, the motion, the use and creation of new materials, one by one, in a very hidden but subtle way, we have opened up the technology to world population. The purpose is now that we have a bigger picture of the technology, it's time to open the technology worldwide. I ask those who have built reactors, and they've been asking me how you make the materials. Listen to the tape, the video which is going to be released today. Understand the process. Just don't mimic it, don't copy it. I know for a fact a number of scientific organizations around the world are waiting for this video. We've been told, we've been in touch with certain officials, and governments and scientists are looking into this production of new nanomaterials in a simple way. If you can use these materials in a correct way, you have produced your energy units. If you can produce these reactors and the ones we have shown, you can start your own systems for pollution. You can start your own systems for space technology, and in time and through your own work, through peaceful means, we can start the process of walking away from wars and hunger. You will see how we attract the nuclear materials from the land. Now develop technologies which you can produce food, you can produce nourishment.
It looks like we temporarily lost Mr. Keshe there. Bear with us for a moment.
Yes, I'm sure that we are all aware that this is a sensitive issue for a lot of people, and we might run into this kind of situation a few times throughout this workshop. So everybody, just please be patient.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah, you know, there are systems we
Yes.
warn you. There is a possibility there is a possibility that the system will be interfered with. So they managed to shut the, what they call it, the internet for just to break it right at the right point. So what I was trying to say, and I carry on with it, is that we will, through this technology, allow people to start developing and helping themselves. There are pressures which are put on the foundation in past few weeks to curtail the work of the foundation. And in due course, we announced the steps which has been taken by governments to pressurize us. But I have put enough information out in this new video how you can use the technology, if you understand it, in a very safe way to develop simple technologies for food, for medicine, for production of materials, and at the same time decontaminates the Fukushima accident. The situation in Fukushima, to a scientist like me, even though it's horrendous what has happened, has been an opportunity to be able to open the technology. And we will carry on doing this. We will carry on teaching. Maybe today, Kyoko will start her first, what I call, public workshop, because as you know, she's a knowledge seeker. She'll join us in the next 2 weeks. I have already met with her here in Italy, and she will be, and this will be the way the workshops by the knowledge seekers for their own language will be conducted. So this workshop, the 9th workshop, which is a lucky workshop, will become the springboard for the knowledge seekers. So these kind of workshops will be on a weekly basis in your own national languages, or on different languages which will be put up on the YouTube channels of the foundation for others to listen or to translate, because each scientist will take and will disclose what they understood from that week or that session or that time in the foundation. The spread of the knowledge is free, and we carry on doing the same. I would like to know if we got our Kyoko back online yet, or we still have to wait for her.
Hello.
Hi, Kyoko. Are you back?
Yes,
are you ready?
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, let me apologize to all Japanese audience. There is some critical technical problem today. Somehow, we have been rehearsing many times and it's been okay, but somehow it's happened. So please let me apologize. And then we would like to make a translation in this channel. Is it
日本のゲ
okay?
ストの皆様、冒頭に接続トラブルがあったことをお詫びいたします。リハーサルを繰り返してきたのですが、ちょっと通信、それから設定上ちょっと問題がありまして、今後はですね、このスカイプチャット上で、日本語の訳も合わせてお届けできるような体制でいきたいと思います。
This is perfectly fine. I think that would have been the best way. That's what was my first idea. You got to realize Japanese government is fully aware of this disclosure. So the way I got kicked out, it will happen a few times in this presentation. So do not worry. We can carry on line by line. If it's possible, I would like Kyoko to speak in both Japanese and in English, translating what she said, to explain the situation in Fukushima from the Japanese point of view and to explain her own situation. Thank you very much. I stand by.
まず日本の皆様、どうか安心してください。私のコンタクト、私のレポートはすべて日本政府の方に届いており、それが日本政府側で受領されたことは確認しております。今回、このようなワークショップを、日本語と英語の両方で、確認するような形で皆様に、お届けする方が確実かと思いますので、今回はこの方法で皆さんに、お届けしていきたいと思います。
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask one question, Rick? Is this session being recorded on your site fully? Yeah, but can you download it to be kept separate out of the live stream that we can put it on the YouTube, please? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kyoko.
Okay.
この会話はすべて録音されてますので、後ほど皆様と合わせてお届けしたいと思います。
Okay, yes. I already have many questions from the Japanese audience. So please let me ask one by one. First of all,
can I ask you, Kyoko, to introduce
yes.
yourself, who you are, and why you are here, and what you understand from the Fukushima situation, please.
まず斉藤清子さんにご自身がどんな経緯でここに至っているのかをご説明いただきたいと思います。
Yes. Hello everyone. My name is Yukako. I'm currently living in Italy, and then I'm going to be one of the researcher in the Space Institution from February.
皆様、こんにちは。私は斉藤由香子です。現在、イタリアに在住しておりまして、結社財団の方で研究員として働くことになっています。
I have been mainly researching about the food issue in food and health, and then education for the children, and based on the how to protect themselves and how to balancing out their mind and their physical health by food.
私の、バックグラウンドとしては、主に、食、それから食文化に関わる研究をやっておりまして、それがどういった形で心と体の、健康に影響を及ぼすかというところを主に研究してまいりました。
And then I have a great opportunity to join this Keshe foundation, and then I'm seriously as myself.
Yeah, can you explain where you are from and why? What's the reason you're in Italy?
Okay. I'm originally from I born in Tokyo and living in Tokyo, and then since I had this earthquake, I moved away from Japan with my little children to Italy, and then I started to researching about all this.
You have to allow the translator to translate.
Sorry.
はい、私は東京で生まれ、東京で育ちました。イタリアに来たきっかけは、東日本大震災を、きっかけとして、実際にそこから避難する形でイタリアに移住したという経緯になります。
はい、2人の子供が。
The reason you left Japan is because of the Fukushima accident.
Yes, so I could convince that there is something very unpredictable things is happening, and then I couldn't take any risk for my children, and then I immediately decided to move it away. But I was really lucky. I can say myself, I was really lucky to take those kind of action, and then I feel like I really have to do something for all the Japanese, people to figure out this, serious situation, and from outside of Japan. But my heart is always in Tokyo. So, and this is a great opportunity to the station.
Can you let this translator translate line by line?
この、実際に福島の、事故が起きたときに、今後、 どんなことが起きるか予断を許さないという背景で、私は幸運にもイタリアに移住することができましたが、日本の、やはり残った皆様のこと、そして今後の日本のことに関していつも心を砕いております。
Yes. So it's a great opportunity for me to join the Keshe Foundation, and then this is my first workshop, and I'm really sorry for this technical problem, but I will try to do my best. Thank you very much.
この、結社財団で働くことができたことは本当に幸運なことであり、こういったワークショップを開くこともできたこともとても感謝しています。冒頭の技術的な問題は本当に心からお詫びいたしますが、ここから、ぜひ私としてもベストを尽くして皆さんに有益な情報をお届けしたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Can I ask you what is the feeling in Japan regarding the accident from your point of view?
あなたの視点から見て、今、福島、そして事故関連で日本人の心象としてはどのようなものが想定されますか？
I think you'll be surprised if you could have a chance to visit Tokyo or some city in Japan. People are quite working normally, living normally. It seems like we have no fear of the radioactive, but the problem is this radioactive is all invisible, and all this important information is really hidden, and is how can I say, there is no reliable information source for the Japanese people right now, even the announcement from the government, and then in TEPCO also.
もし博士が日本に実際、今日来る機会があったとしたら非常に驚かれると思うんですけど、日本の人たちは極めて平静に何事もないかのように日常を送っております。それはやはり必要な情報、正しい情報というのがマスコミを通じてきちっと報道されていないというところで、本当の事実というものは、日本の人たちには伝わっていないというのが現状であると思います。
And also, what is most important thing now for us is to get the real information, and with the international point of view, then we have to be very objective about our situation.
やはりとても大事なことというのは、そのグローバルの視点から、本当の事実を知って、そして現在の状況というのを把握して、これから何をすべきかということを、日本人もきちっと知るということが大切だなと考えています。
In this sake, I have already had many questions for you to Keshe Foundation about how you really recognize our situation and how what kind of danger we actually facing to right now.
今日という日に、合わせて日本の、視聴者の方からたくさんの質問をいただいています。で、この質問を、きっかけに、日本の皆様に正しい情報、そして今後どういうふうに、アクションが必要とされるかというのを明確にしていきたいと考えています。
Okay, that's it for now.
Okay, let me give you a piece of news. If you don't know, you might know today. The present situation.
知らない情報と思われることをちょっとご紹介していきたいと思います。
This is what has been released by TEPCO in the past 24 hours, 48 hours.
過去24時間から48時間以内に、東京電力から私が得た情報をご紹介いたします。
For the first time, we have an insight of the radiation level in the housing containing the reactor number 1.
今現在、放射能の、 活動状況についてのレポートがあります。
In a small computerized boat, which has been put in the holding container outside the pressure vessel, the water leaking out of the pressure vessel is 2,000 MSVs, which is 2,000 milli-MSVs. Any exposure to this level can kill a man within hours. And now for the first time we understand why the waters are collected and kept in these huge containers. The water collected from the pressure water trying to keep the reactor cool is leaking out, and they're collecting this leakage. That's why they're putting and collecting it. Now we understand the level of contamination outside the pressure vessel for the first time in past 48 hours.
汚染水の状況は、極めて予断を許さない状況になっておりまして、冷却を保つための、汚染水が、現在、外に、漏れ出している。
The engineers who have gone into building 1 to send this little boat into the containment building cannot stand more than 15 minutes in the building. They receive their maximum dosage in 15 minutes.
斉藤さん、ちょっとこれは、翻訳のサポートをしていただいた方がいいと思います。正確な数字をお伝えすることが大事だと思いますので。
そうですね。今出ている放射能量というのが、おそらく15分ぐらい放射していると、人命に関わるレベル。
So for the first time, we have another glimpse into the level of radiation which is leaking out of reactor number 1 in the containment building in the waters, which is getting extracted. And the levels are horrendously high. If 5 mil is enough for a man, you can imagine what is 2,000 mil, which is getting collected and kept in these tanks.
1号機から漏れてる、汚染水の濃度というのは、極めて高く、5ミリ、シーベルトが、人の命を奪うのに十分だとしたら、2000という数字がいかに、莫大なものかというのは皆様お分かりいただけるかと思います。
I congratulate the Japanese scientists and nuclear engineers and even TEPCO in taking these kind of risks, putting their lives in danger to find a solution. And even for the leakage, which is now they found a few of them, there's a cracked pipe and cracked containment building. These all need time, maybe 2, 3, 5 years before a solution can be found.
まず私は何よりこの、事態収束に当たっている現場の作業員の方に心からの敬意を表したいと思います。この問題の解決にこれから、2年から、5年ぐらいの時間を要すると想定されるときに、現場の皆様の、努力というものは本当に筆舌に尽くしがたいものがあると思います。
So we, in past 24 hours, 48 hours, we have another piece of information which is first-hand directly from the containment building in reactor 1, and the situation is critical, but hopefully can be managed and can be handled if another accident doesn't happen.
現在、やはり1号機の状況というのは、非常に予断を許さない状況になっています。ただ、この現在の状況であれば、なんとかコントロールの範囲内、ただし、新たなアクシデントが起こった場合は、非常に厳しい状況になるということが想定されます。
You can ask your questions.
何かご質問あればどうぞ。
Okay. So even with your technology, so as soon as we could implement application, make application of your technology to this situation? Do you think can we make a solution more like faster or more efficiently?
現在のこの厳しい状況に対して、決死財団の技術を適用することで、事態収束の力になれるとお考えでしょうか。
What I advise to our Japanese listeners, because I know later on you'll have people from the farming groups and everything else, which is organized, is that when you see the video, when you see this video, please do not go and jump and try to do it. Sit, think, and collectively as a group try to do this, that is done correctly.
今日私が、皆さんにご紹介するビデオを、今回ご参加されている、農業、それから放射能研究に関わる皆様たちにぜひお伝えしたいんですけども、ぜひ落ち着いて、例えば映像を見たからすぐにそれに取り掛かるんではなくて、きちっと手順を踏んで、アクションを取っていきたいなというふうに考えております。
The whole situation is don't make it worse for yourselves and for your community. I know Japanese are group which they work here as a group. Think, work as a group, and bring a system that it can be done. You can contact us anytime. We advise you.
ぜひですね、この現在の状況をさらに悪化させることを防ぐためにも、皆さんが、一致団結して、やはり日本人のやはり文化で美しきその団結力を持ってこの事態に当たっていただきたいと考えています。私たちはいつでもあなた方のサポートになりたいと思っています。
The situation is a camp. This is a stopgap. For the farmers, the contamination will not be finished with once you do the job. The contamination will not end with once you clean the land or the house or the materials which you think has been contaminated.
最初のご質問ですけども、汚染に関して、どのような手順を踏んでいて、またどの、段階で、どのぐらいの時間を要するかということに関してお答えしたいと思います。
As you are aware, the houses and the villages which is being cleaned up, people are finding more contamination back again, and they're asking for the government to clean up again in the recent weeks.
まずその除染の優先順位として、住居とか、そういったものが順番にあると思うんですけども、これに関して、政府を、関与させながらどのようなアクションを取っていくかについて、考えたいと思います。
The reason for seeing this level of radiation after 3 years, the fact is partially the radioactive material is in the air, but the big but and the question mark which goes back to TEPCO is that reactor 1, 2, and 3 are still releasing radioactive material as part of the steam into the air because they have no roof. There is nothing there to protect them. And we have no means to monitor.
まず事故、そして発生から3年という時間が経過した時点で現在言えることというのは、汚染、そして、放射能というのはもう大気に、満ちていると考えられます。実際に、1、2、3号機それぞれが、現在屋根もない状態で蒸気とともに、実際に放射能を散布しているという現状があります。
The fact is that most of the lands, farming lands in this area where the contamination is, there is a lot of wood. There is a lot of areas which are holding contaminated material. And with every rain, these material gets washed into the farming land, into the water system.
特に、福島の近辺の 土地、それから農地に関しては、近隣の木に付着した、放射能が、さらにそれが、水の循環システムに乗っかって、自然大気の中にかなり、回っているというふうに考えられます。
My suggestion to TEPCO is put even a thin plastic or a canvas on top of these buildings to stop at least some of the radiation becoming airborne.
まず私が第一に、東京電力に対して提言したいのは、どのような、材質のもの、素材のものでもいいので、露出している、1235号機にカバーをするということを、申し上げております。
So what you clean in the land, what you clean with the water is getting partially recontaminated. But with this process, you can extract what is already in the land.
そして、今日ご紹介する方法でいけば、現在すでに散布されてしまった、汚染物質に関しては、抽出することが、可能です。
You can use the materials we show how to make in the video to make filters even for your drinking water at home. You just put the material in like a charcoal as part of the normal filter, and these will absorb most of the radioactive material which you could have in your drinking water.
これから紹介する、放射能を、除去するフィルターというのは、素材としては皆さんが日常の中で手に入れられるもので構成されています。それを使うことによって、汚染水からも安全に、有害な物質を除去することができます。
My one piece of advice to the Japanese community is understand TEPCO and the Japanese government. They do not understand themselves what is going on, and they are doing their best. So partially what you don't know is because they don't know themselves what is sitting in the box.
まず、現在の状況は私から見る限り、問題に対処している東京電力自身が今の本当の現実の状況というのを理解していないと感じています。だからこそ本当に取るべき手段というのが取られていないのではないでしょうか。
One thing, as I have a lot of respect for the Japanese government and Japanese, what I call industry, you had the pleasures of advancement, having these power stations with guaranteed energy, and now this accident happens. You have to understand there are some pitfalls which with economical advancements, especially for a nation which is energy resource near zero of its own.
この事故が起きたことによって、やはり、エネルギー産業自体の在り方というものを根本的から見直す必要があるのではないかというふうに考えています。
So now your problem has become our problem, and world scientists are there to find a solution, but there is no way we can find a total solution.
なので、やはり、今回このソリューションを提供するにあたっては、今後どういった、アティチュード、態度を持って、この問題に、対処していくか、その、一つの第一歩となりたいというふうに考えています。
Next question.
Yes. So and you suggested radioactive removal method is. I really have to share a notification about the safety instruction in advance, and then, but as you mentioned, this is the way to be easy to make application by the farmers, individual farmers. But it would be, do you think it's better to have a scientist support or some professional support?
We have put a note under the video. Read that note and translate it. You need certain precautions to take. You cannot just walk in and do the job. We advise like use tractors. Do not handle things just with a what do you call it, bare hands.
Bare hand.
The empty hands. You have to wear protective clothing. We advise you to have TEPCO people with you if it's possible, to advise you how to use these things, how to decontaminate. There is a process that in using these materials and the minerals which are in the water and the land, you create a condition that most of these materials become deactivated. So what they become stable without much radiation leakage. We cannot disclose this and officially announce it, but scientifically we understand the position.
Okay. 今ですね、お聞きしたのは、農家の方がここで行うことができる除染ではあるんですけれども、やはり専門家の方の意見をちゃんと聞いた方がいいのかというところをお聞きしまして、必ず防護服などを身につけて、きちんとそのセーフティー、これからビデオを見せた後にご説明を差し上げるんですが、そちらの方を守っていただいて行うようにという回答です。Thank you very much.
You understand that the material we suggested to use in conjunction with the nitrogen which you use as fertilizers in the land and the radioactive materials can create a condition that most of the radiation or forces the radioactive material to the rapid decline to a stable condition. But these are all depends on what is on the land and how it's been contaminated.
今博士が利用することを提案していただいているケミカルはですね、放射性物質を吸収して、沈着させるというようなものになるんですけども、もちろんどれぐらいの汚染度なのか、あとは土地によって適用する場所によってもちろんそれも変わってくると。
For example, if you see like air bubbles on your land, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. もし土地の方にエアバブルが見えるようなケースではですね。
If you see like when you do this processing and you see like air bubbles coming from the land, these air
Sorry,
bubbles.
there is a really bad connection to me. So.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh yes, I can hear me now. Thank you.
Yeah, when for example, when you use the process and you see like air bubbles coming from the water, which you are trying to decontaminate, this is not to worry about. This is a very good sign. These bubbles do not carry any radioactive material with them. These are pure oxygen or hydrogen bubbles.
もしこの除染作業を行って、空気の膨らみみたいなものが見えた場合、これは放射能を含んでいる危険なものではないので、いいサインだと思って安心していただいて大丈夫です。
The process will be very slow, but more or less guarantees the decontamination of the land and the water.
Sorry, could you repeat it again, please? Sorry, it wasn't.
I said
really...
the process which you use using these new materials will decontaminate the land, and is a very simple process.
この、ご提案する方法、除染方法は、さらなる、汚染ということを引き起こすことはなく、とても、簡単なプロセスになっております。
Next question.
Okay. Also, there's a lot of question about some internal explosion. Many of the Japanese, internal body. So it already intake the radioactive,
内部被爆に
materials.
ついての質問になります。すでに内部被爆してしまった人たちがどのような対処をすればいいんでしょうかという質問になります。
So is there any application? Can we apply your method to this kind of internal exposure problems also?
You mean if you have digested the radioactive materials?
Yes, like by the water or food mainly. And it's getting very
経口摂取など被爆した食べ物を食べてしまうですとか空気などを経由して被爆してしまった体に対して博士の技術っていうのは適用できるんでしょうか
There is a way. There is a way that it's possible to decontaminate the body. This has never been done before. Is theoretical, but can be tested. This is harmless. If you can create an environment where you can make like a bath or a position where you can line in the material without coming in touch with it, to stand in a water tank or be sitting in a tub where the materials are within the close proximity of the body without touching it, where these materials can theoretically extract the contamination out, but this is very, very theoretical. It's never been done, and it has other question marks about it. But in reality, at the moment, we cannot do such a thing. But in the dynamic systems which you will see, there is a possibility to extract materials without any damage to tissues, but this is a very advanced understanding of the technology. But at the moment, no. But there are possibilities within the next year, 2 years, it can be done.
Okay, let me translate it now. So, 内部被爆を受けた場合でもですね、まだこれは実験されてはいないんですけれども、博士の理論を応用して、適用することが可能かもしれませんと。ある、状態、コンディションを作り出して、磁場を利用することで、人間の体の中の有害物質を、吸着するというような、ことが可能になるかもしれません。これは実験を重ねていく必要があります。Thank you.
But if you have developed any kind of cancer because of the accident, if you have developed abnormalities because of the contamination, because of the radioactive material, these cancers at this stage can be reversed. They are reversible. The technology is with the Keshe Foundation, how to target and reverse a cancer cell. Our cancer research is extremely advanced, and even we had data in past 48 hours, which confirms us through a real test case.
I think there is also lots of abnormality.
Do you want to translate?
Yeah, I will. Also, not only for the cancer, thyroid problem or.
Yes, there are systems available which can do the job.
Okay. この被爆で、によって、がんになってしまった場合というのは、理論的にはこの、博士の、技術を持って、回復するということが可能になるかもしれませんと。同じように甲状腺ですとか、甲状腺異常ということにも対応できるかもしれません。
Even if you have developed a certain type of cancers, thyroid cancers, now you have experts in Japan who can remove the thyroid glands. Can be helped or to slow down or to reverse. The technology is available.
がんの進行を遅らせるですとか、本当にがんそのものを、治すというようなことも、技術的には、可能になってして、そのエキスパートが日本に、いるということを聞いています。Okay. Can I
Ask me
move
the
to
next question.
Okay. So, there is any priority for the radioactive removal application within the nuclear land and marine and air? Can we make the application simultaneously, or we have to do the process one?
No. You can do it. You can even repeat the process if you want every few months, because any new contamination can be withdrawn immediately.
除染の、優先順位を聞いて、特に土壌ですとか海洋ですとか除染作業を進める順番というのがあるんでしょうかというふうにお聞きしましたところ、同時に、しかも定期的に行うことができる、そういう方法だというふうにおっしゃっています。Thank you very much.
The reality is that the Japanese government has to set up industry for decontamination, and the industry for decontamination has been done with as you see the video, to produce certain materials of certain size and the machinery which can retract these materials after contamination and recycle. This can be done within weeks by the government.
除染というのが、国による事業に、なってしまっているのが、問題で、ある特定の物質を使う、出されるとか、ある特定の方法を使うというようなことが、国によってアナウンスされているというのが問題だと言っています。
So the government has to set up very much recycling continuous process that for years the process can be used by farmers to retract any radioactive material from the farming land, from the waters, from the forest, which will be there for years and they'll be seeping through over years, so they can be decontaminated. From the air the same. So the government has to set up this simple process where, for example, they deliver the material to the farmers, or the delivery companies deliver the material, do the cleaning, and then they return it back for decontamination. But this has to become part of the natural life for Fukushima residents for years to come.
福島の、本当に、生態系、自然を取り戻すためにも、放射能汚染除去に、特定の物質を使うであるとか、持続不可能な方法を取るのではなくて、私たちの手で、農家の人たちの手で、地元の人たちの手で、繰り返し行うことができる、現実的な除染方法というのをやっていく必要があります。Thank you.
Yes, what's the next question?
Okay. I have several questions but it's more about the process of the radioactive removal.
Yes.
So, could you show us the video first, and then probably we can get back to those questions. Do you think is it
okay? Yeah, what I'm going to do, Rick? Hello, Rick, are you online? What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go offline for 2 seconds to set the thing up, and I come back here. If you want to talk or discuss anything, I'll be back on Bikoko. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good.
今、
Thank
ビ
you.
デオの方を先に見せていただく。今から他に質問いただいていることが、多くがこの除染作業に関する具体的なご質問になりますので、先にビデオを見せていただいてから、ご質問するという形で、2分ほどちょっとお時間をいただいて、オフラインになりますが、その後また、公開したいと思います。Thank you. So, see you later in a minute.
Okay, in the meantime, are there any comments or other questions that people that might be burning questions?
Just for everybody in GoToMeeting, if you have a question, please type in the chat first, and so I can open the mic for you. Thank you.
It looks like Elia has a question in the Skype chat. She says, Mr. Keshe, could people drink water treated with the reactor? And by reactor, I presume, Elia, you mean Mr. Keshe's plasma reactor or reactor he uses for health?
Yes, that I mean. If there's some possibility to build the plasma reactor with the components what they needed to clean the system and put in the current of water. So when the people use the water, the all elements will be going inside of the body, and we will transform the radioactive elements to non-radioactive, and the cleaning system will be allow them to go out from the body, like kidney, liver, etc. That is my question, because he has the technology to put the small plasma reactors in the water and to drink this water and to heal yourself. That I mean.
Right. Well, if you could re-ask that question when he comes back on, if there's the opportunity. I think we might be moving right into the movie as soon as he comes back here. That's what I'm led to believe. Okay, there it goes.
Today is the 25th of January 2014. The situation with Fukushima and the accident which has happened in the Daiichi nuclear power plant has gone beyond the control. We have tried to negotiate with international atomic energy authorities and TEPCO, the owners and the operators of the nuclear reactor, in trying to find a way that we can allow a new method of approach to start, that it can help the Fukushima people, not only the farmers, but the environment, and at the same time the contamination in the sea. The reality is there is a simpler way to extract nuclear materials from the land and from the sea and from the water contamination. This is an unknown technology which has been in the position of the Keshe Foundation for years. And for the first time, we have decided to release it public, as we said in our mandate of 2014 roadmap. Priority is Fukushima, and through Fukushima, we open new technologies. The situation which we are going to explain and the methods is for the farmers themselves to be able to help themselves individually or as a collective. The cost to decontaminate does not run into less than maybe €1,000. Less than $1,000. You can help yourself. And as this contamination is going to be continuous, so you can repeat the same thing every year before you cultivate. You can clean the water on a regular basis. At the same time, the technology will be explained how even TEPCO can clean up the new contamination waters which are arriving in the station every day. The story of this new technology is very much the way we saw with what I call in the contaminations of the waters around Northern Europe too. So this technology can be used further on for land contamination and water contaminations around the world. We start to explain the fundamentals and then we go through it step by step. If we consider every element to be like a plasma, and that's how the shape of a plasma is. Earth, the sun, the moon, but different shape of it, different size of the plasma. What has happened if we call, for example, this plasma the plasma of cesium, or this plasma of another nuclear material or another contamination? Each one has a certain dimension and certain amount of energy, which we explain energy as gravity and magnetic field. So once we measure the gravitational field, magnetic field, and the energy of the element, then we can easily understand how these things can be moved and extracted. One of the main points to understand about the work of the Keshe Foundation is that we are a space technology development. What this means, we have not developed this technology for Fukushima. We have not developed this technology for decontamination around the Earth. We have developed this technology to be able to capture these packages of magnetic gravitational fields in the space, to be able to produce food or material in deeper space. As it says, we are very much involved in development of the man in the space and not the production of material for earthly use. In the space, we can't carry all the food and all the materials with us. So we have developed a technology where we can convert the energies, which we call gravitational and magnetic field, into matter. So what has happened? Now we're converting this technology into the use on Earth because of the application and the situation in Fukushima. According to the Japanese government, today there is over 145,000 dislocated people due to Fukushima. And these are going to be dislocated, they're going to be moved, they cannot come back to their lands for maybe 10, 20, 30 years, or if they come back, there'll be problems as we've seen. The same problem we see in Niger, where the uranium mines are, and we see a lot of contamination, where most of the nuclear materials of French government arrives, and the local people are getting destroyed very badly through harm, through the uranium contamination and other radioactive materials, which is airborne in the dust. So this is not just application for Fukushima. Let's go through this step by step. What has happened in Fukushima is that tons, we estimate about 160 tons of highly radioactive material, uranium, plutonium, and others, have literally blown into the air. And what they've done, they have contaminated and mixed within the soil. It has come in a very simple way, and further on, they have mixed themselves into the water. They are part of the structure, and they sit there as energy packs. They sit there as material, what we call radioactive material. What has happened now is that this water, contaminated water, has mixed itself with more radioactive material, new compositions with the water. So what we received is a mixture of two. More radiation, more materials. and this story will carry on for years to come. But the whole contamination, the whole process, all these materials can be extracted very easily. We do this in a space. Now we are showing it how it can be done in a very easy way by the farmers. If you're a farmer, it's very easy. I'm sure in your farms you have plenty of rusted nails. It's very simple. You have rusted iron bars. You have wires in different shapes and forms. You have pieces of metals in any shape or form. Most probably you have a lot of copper pipes and everything else which is hanging around. There are pieces of metals which are sitting around. There are literally chicken barbed wires in your farms which you've been using. All these can be used to turn the situation in Fukushima. How it's done, we explain this as a breakthrough technology, and we explain in details how simply you can change the situation. Look for whatever you have in metals, because the rustier the material is, the better results you're going to get in absorption. Because what this is oxidated, which means it's literally metals which are rusted. Copper you cannot rust, but you can find different conditions with it. The same with the metals, with the mesh. If you find a good combination of materials, as farmers, you can use them very simply. We have to create conditions. Earth was not created because somebody took different measures and amounts of different materials to put together. The conditions were created, that certain materials came together and led to creation of this planet. The same thing is with the world of science in plasma technology. We create conditions, and that conditions should give or let us reach the point where we can create or develop or be able to produce new materials. So, what we've done in a very simple way. We have looked at every opportunity what people around the world have been using and have the accessibility to, and they've been telling us for years what they've been doing. We listen, we don't use some of the processes, we use some of the processes. So how you can change the situation? These are the rusty nails. These are the chicken mesh wires. You can get the wires. Any material which can be processed. This is a very simple material. It's called caustic. If you use caustic in a very simple way, for about 1 kilo of caustic, you can produce at least half a ton of a right material. All you do, you spray the caustic at the bottom, and very simply add boiling water. So you need the heat generators. If you can have a look inside, the process is literally a boiling process. What this does, this creates the right condition and environment for the nano oxides to be produced in the right way, but not just with caustic. There is a process. You have to close the gap, close the container, and leave it for 24 hours minimum. The material needs time to do its work. After 24 hours, all you need to do is to empty the container. Then do not touch. Make sure you do not touch the material much. You can drain it, or you can use a different composition of containers. We recommend the use of plastic because you get certain results with plastic. Then what you do, you transfer the materials from the container where you left the material for over 24 hours into an environment which is electrically conductive. Another wire mesh on the bottom. You put all the material on a table or a mesh, as I've done here. Very simply, you have to keep the condition very moist. When you place the material on a conductive plate like this, you need one process to be added. You have literally to add a very, very small amount of voltage across the materials. So what you need, if you look at the condition, the voltage which shows you create the electrical condition. This has to be on impulses of just for randomly between 5 to 10 seconds. You withdraw the current, you withdraw the voltage, and then what you do, you leave it for approximately 5 to 7 hours. You come back again, in 5 or 7 hours, you create another small current. You do this process 3-4 times over 24 hours. So even a small battery connected to the plate creates the right condition for the electric current to flow. What does this thing do? What does this process do? This process allows nano layers to be produced from under to the top of the material. So what you create in a very simple way is nanomaterials at zero cost. Scientifically has proven, scientists in Russia and in other part of the world have shown how nanomaterials can be used for decontamination, but they do not know how to produce it in an easy way and cheap way. Now you have seen how it's been done. We have used this method nearly over 7 years. We do it for different purposes. Now you can do it yourself in the farm. Total cost, less than $10–15 to produce as much material. Then we show the next process, what you have to do. What we're going to show is what we have produced and how you produce materials with one of the most expensive considered nanotechnologies in the world, which costs only a few cents. As we said, the Keshe Foundation opens the doors of this simple technology in 2014, and we start opening it from now. And with it, we'll come to the next step. We show you the materials, how these materials are produced and kept. The production of new material is not something new to Keshe Foundation. If you look at the logo of the Keshe Foundation, we always spoke with and about new materials. These are the new materials, as in deep space we cannot rely on supply from Earth. We have developed a technology where you can produce as much material as you like. These are exactly what we have produced from the same process as before. These are copper wires with a fully nanomaterials. This is the chicken mesh wire, nanomaterials. This could be a saw which was rusted in a farm, fully nano-coated oxide. A radiator with aluminium, nano-coated. On the other hand, this is the nails which we showed you before. Again, nano-coated. Other pieces, which you can see, all nano-coated. Anything which is with a steel or copper, iron, any metal can be nano-coated, even with nano-coated gold. This is the wires which we saw, we put in the system. These are literally every single layer is nano-coated. These materials, like these wires, have been tested by the universities in Europe and have been confirmed to have the characteristics of it. This is another nano layer. These are copper sheets, which is used in batteries. This is copper oxide nano, in reality worth a lot of money because it can be used as a superconductor and an insulator. So, but there is one secret. You cannot expose these materials to air till the point of use. So you have to keep them away from oxidization any further once you bring them out of the major box, the main box. So let's see what happens to this. As we said before, that's a nanotechnology which we've been involved in. What is a nanotechnology? Nanomaterials are literally create holes and gaps. So what happens? If you create hole and gaps, what we call p-n junctions, in these materials, this environment creates a specific gravitational magnetic field of its own. So what happens? This creates a gravitational magnetic field on the metal that attracts another material to itself because it creates its own miniature earth on the metal, and that attracts near enough the materials to it. So what actually happens is that let's say this is the gap on the steel which you just processed. The gap is big enough to accommodate the cesium. So the cesium gets locked into the metal. On the other hand, you have another material. Let's say there is another radioactive material which is in the water or in the land. So you lock that too. This is the process. So what you do, you can do three different processes. As we said before, you can put the material in land, but the best solution for it is to water the land in a very simple way. Allow the radioactive material to become some sort of moist and mixed in the solution. So what happens? This solution now, this technology of putting water with soil has been tested by scientists from universities in Japan. We have seen their process, we have seen they've shown us the technology. So what they are doing, they're literally mixing the soil, topsoil with water and extracting the water, and they measure the radiation level reduces by washing. But then they have the water in another tank, they have to dissolve it or collect it and find a solution for that. But with this method, all you do, you literally mix your materials in the sand, in the soil, in the water. You have two options. Then because you have metals, you can run a magnet. You can create a magnet, and all you do, the magnet with a cesium or radioactive material attached to it is extracted. These magnets can be temporary magnets induced by current, or magnets which you can use as solid magnets. Then you have decontamination and how to remove them. The best we suggest is magnetic plates. As you see, you can run over the land, and when you collected all the materials which you deposit in, like the nails, you extract it and you literally give it back to TEPCO. TEPCO can do a lot with this. So in fact, all you do, you recollect all the contaminated materials back in. What does your copper wire do? Attracts a different type. In turn, you collect these materials. The wire, the same process. So all you do, you extract, clean up the land, and you allow the material to be collected in different form. You can see what, there is another nail connected with some more material. All you do, you deposit it back, and when you demagnetize, it drops in. So now we haven't solved the problem, but at least we have managed to decontaminate the land. The process in there, when it's collected, is for TEPCO and the Japanese nuclear industry to sort out. Then you go back into the water contamination. The water contamination is very much the same. You add what has happened in this process. The materials which we have, uranium, plutonium, whatever, has been mixed in the water. By putting these materials in the water, all you do, you capture them. Again, attached. Now we can physically remove them. You have different shape and form because you can do the same thing. You can do the same backing. Again, the same with the nails. The nails, you attract different radioactive materials. There is a process what is known as dragging. You can use a wire mesh in the farmland and just literally drag across the water. you absorb more material this way. We've tested this and it works and it's correct. In a way, with 2-3 times the same process, you can decontaminate. But at the same time, in a very simple way, if you have what has happened now with TEPCO, collecting all these soils in these blue bags and black bags in tons and tons, what they can do, they can mix like the metals like iron and coppers into the sacks or empty the sacks in the environment, and then all they need to do is literally to hold on to the material they have in the sacks and empty the product out. What you're left with is residue, which is metallic and is magnetized. So you have again different propositions and compositions back together. So in a very simple way, we used to use coal as decontaminating material or filtering. Now we use nanomaterials. Nanomaterials are literally full of holes that are the best filters, not only for materials, but for magnetically, gravitationally induced materials like nuclear materials, like cesium. Why cesium is so radioactive? Because it has a higher number of neutrons. And these neutrons are trying to decay to a lower level, which is an electron and a proton. So they release more of their energies. So you have a large number of neutrons in the center of the radioactive material, and these rapid energies for decay dictates how much magnetic gravitational field are released from this material. These magnetic fields can link up with another composition which is on the metal and get attracted to. This is a change of the use and production of new materials. It's unknown. Now we are breaking more and more into it. Now we go to the next step for TEPCO. TEPCO cannot literally use these kind of things so freely, but they have to do different composition and proposition. So we show you the next step, how it can be done. This process is unknown, literally new technology. These materials are what we've been told cannot exist. This is CO2 gas in a solid state as a powder. This is the same CO2 liquid at the room temperature and pressure. We've shown these materials before. Literally, as you can see, the CO2 is in a powder state at room temperature. What has happened in this process? We have managed not to change the environmental condition to reach the new material, but we have managed to change the characteristics and gravitational magnetic field of the matter. How it's done? It's very simple. This process is literally can carried out and produced in simple units like this. These are, as you see, it's a working unit, it's not a theoretical. And what happens? What you see the same mesh again as before. And what you see, literally, you can see the same wires as before, which has been used for that process. So, in a very simple creating condition and environment, and through some 7-10 years of research, we have to change the taboo that gases can be in a solid state at minus so many hundreds of degrees or high pressures. In fact, when you use these materials and you produce them, this is nano copper oxide in the same form. And this is another new material. These materials do not burn, do not get destroyed, no acid can affect them. We have tried every means to destroy these materials, and it has not worked. You can see the residual of it here. This is over 200 degrees temperature. It comes back and it solidifies. What we offer to TEPCO is very simple. You mix this material into the water into the liquid in your containment, and you allow it to settle. In this process, all the nuclear materials within the water, doesn't matter cesium, tritium, both extremes, H3 to cesium-137 and plus, will get attached to the structure of this material, and it literally settles to the bottom. The water you get on the top is totally pure water, no contamination. So we get rid of the contamination problem which is sitting at the moment in these tanks. What you can do at the same time as you were creating the oxide, nano oxides we showed before, literally you can place a magnet, and you can see how the magnet brings the material to one position, so the rest of the water stays clear. This is a different process, the same. All material has come to the point where the magnet sits. So you extract it as a solid. The same with this material. Again, you can see the shape of even the hole. You can see how the material gets attracted and sits at the bottom. So what you do, you have literally totally clean water on the top. You get rid of. And all the contamination is settled to the bottom. You can carry the same process in either way. All you do, you take the top layer off. No contamination. And that's how you clean up millions of gallons of water which is sitting in tanks in TEPCO. The process costs, mass production, maybe $500,000. But the situation can be solved and can be used for future accidents once we learn more. This technology is very similar to the technology we saw in the Iraq-Kuwaiti war. In the Iraq-Kuwaiti war, if those are the ones who remember, prior to this war, there was a method, only one method known, that if you had the explosion on the oil well, you had to drill a hole on the side. It would have cost a few $1 million to cap the fire at the oil well. When Saddam left Kuwait, he blew a lot of oil wells up and set them on fire to make sure that the enemy never benefit by it. And to close these oil wells would have literally taken years. The Americans and the British asked for international organization to help, that it can be brought down much faster. Romanians arrived with a jet on the back of a truck, reverse jet, and all they did, they literally turned on the engines and they blew out the fire with the jet engine backwind. And so rapidly, in a matter of weeks, what was assumed to last for years to decontaminate and clean up and switch off was solved. This is the same technology but very advanced, but this is part of the structure of our own body. We live through this process. We've been told the gases do not and cannot be in the solid state at the room pressure and room temperature. But in fact, if you just think for 1 second, you realize how this hypocrisy has become to be accepted. Look at the structure of your own body. We are made of amino acids, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, gases in the environment. And we say these gases cannot become solid matter. But the truth is, if you pinch your own and squeeze your own flesh, you are pinching solid gases. So in reality, we never understood how this process is done, but now we can see it. The interesting thing is that these materials behave as superconductors. Best superconductors we ever knew at room temperature and pressure. We published this 3 years ago in a book called The Structure of the Light. You can see the material. You can see how it made to solid, and the material has been tested by the universities, confirming the technology. It's been kept silent, and one of the biggest pressures on Keshe Foundation has been to keep these kind of technologies silent, that the old technologies can carry on. This is the Raman spectroscopy and infrared spectroscopy done by the University of Ghent in Belgium, not by us. And it confirms the fingerprint of CO2 characteristics. So what we show you as CO2 has been tested independently by scientists, but has been classified because of the reasons known to the government. So now you have seen how simply, as you can see, this material is settling very, very slowly. By the time in 24 hours, it'll be totally exactly like these materials here. Clean water, you can literally drink this. You can use it. The same material, the same things can be used for decontamination of the radioactive material in the air. In this package, we extract CO2. We create an environment where CO2 is extracted from the air. This is one of the contaminations problems which we have. They say too much CO2. In air now we have too much radioactive materials. The same process can be developed for extracting it. We have done it. These simple systems have converted CO2 gas into a solid state. We can absorb the same radioactive materials from the environment in a larger scale. Now, the whole thing comes down to one thing: how we have managed to extract what has been released by TEPCO using what material is available in the farmlands and in the country, and extract the joint together. This material can later on be separated in a very simple way. The technology exists in South Korea and in Belgium. We know the company which can do it if the need be. Now, we come to a totally radical technology, which we have never disclosed, but for the first time we are going to show and explain the process and technology which can help with the decontamination in a totally different way. Now we come to an extension to this technology, which has been unknown and is being shown. If we understood how we could create a new magnetic environment that could attract other materials to itself, and how we could absorb from the soil or from the water other materials by creating gravitational magnetic field of the material which we want to extract, this brings us to a totally new technology, unknown. And we spoke about it, and we are going to show the systems for it for the first time. We showed how you can use the new materials to extract radioactive material. What has this done? In reality, for the first time, we have shown we can make magnets. These are two magnets. They attract each other, as long as they're steel or they're iron-based or near iron material. But now we have shown how copper can create an environment to attract cesium, or steel can attract hydrogen tritium. So for the first time we have shown that we can produce magnet for any material. Magnet to attract plastic, magnet to attract copper, magnet for wood, for glass, for bottles, for all sorts of combinations, even for fabric. This creates a totally new opportunity in the world of science. For example, we can use this technology to extract all these bottles which are floating in the sea, bigger than some continents at the moment. They are floating all over the oceans. We know it. We have been tracing it. So now we can produce magnetic gravitational fields which can attract these plastics and become part of the energy supply. How this can be done, we cannot produce so much copper wires and chicken mesh. What we have done with the new technology, plasma technology, which we have developed, we have produced a system, which this system can be placed in any environment to extract from the environment whatever material is needed, be it the energy magnetic field of copper, gold, glass, or plastic, or even hydrogen or oxygen. As in deep space, we will not need to carry any more supply of oxygen or water, because we create the gravitational magnetic field of the element we want, and as we see, we can extract what we need from the environment. We extract the energy, and then through a conversion, we change it to the matter, which is much easier. And this process of changing energy to matter will release surplus energy, which we have shown in this book, in this experiment done in Holland by the organizations which did independent testing. We create a lot of energy. We run a light, we run a motor, it's been shown. So we can produce all sorts of things. You can see it's been done independently, and it's running a motor. So, in fact, now the knowledge of man has come so far that we can produce magnet for any material. This will change the mining process. This change the position, like where we have the cities which are highly poison air is damaging people. We can produce conditions and systems which extracts air pollution directly from the air. Cities can be made cleaner. Cost very, very little, few $1,000s. So what we've done, we've seen these things as physical entities. Now we show you the systems which can be used to be done as a dynamic system. With a contamination which is sitting on the bottom of the sea by Fukushima, we cannot extract them with these kind of methods. We have to create and develop a new technology which we can extract everything from any environment. For the first time, we show such a system. This system has been developed and has been tested. So what we've done, we developed technologies where we can extract any poison, any material from the environment. As you can see, these are very simple systems. They've been developed for the process. In these systems, what we create is exactly the same environment of the plasma of the material, destination material. All you do is you allow the material, the field of the material, to be produced. The magnetic gravitational field matches the gravitational magnetic field of the poison or contamination, and you withdraw it. I move this further out that you can see another system which has been set up. This system, as you see, has the same material on it as we shown before. This material can be used the same way to create environment and a plasma condition for extraction of cesium or plutonium. This is, in reality, if you look, the shape of the Earth, the shape of the Sun, the shape of any plasma, electron or proton. Now that we have the knowledge to create magnetic fields and gravitational fields of any material, we do not need to produce solid materials like this. We create a condition, magnetic field gravitational, what we call MAGRAV, within these reactors, and these reactors allow the full extraction of the whole element spectrum. You can set the field strength for plastic, and a few seconds later you can change the field for glass. But this has a huge implication. As we said in our mandate, our roadmap of 2014. We will see to the end of the wars. Now we explain how. Even the battery of your telephone in your pocket carries a small microchip. The telephone you carry carries a microchip. The most sophisticated aircrafts carry a microchip. Aircraft carriers carry a microchip. We can produce gravitational magnetic field of the carbon or gold or any entity within these materials. When I extract the material, there is no chip, there is no telephone. We give two choices. We bring back what we announced through this technology, the World Peace Treaty as we announced it, or we reinforce it. The technology at this moment getting developed by 3 nations we know. Decontamination is the benefit to man as much as aid, the arming, and World Peace Treaty. We are set to change the scene and will change the scene. But now we have shown how the knowledge is in the hand of public. These reactors are built. There has been a huge question for a long time how I run my reactors, I achieve power, energy, and lift. If you understood how these materials are created, very simply, you replicate the same thing in these reactors. Very easy. Within the next few months, the scientists who are working with us, and I even received an email in the past 72 hours, one of the governments have set up, one of the top nations in the world, have set up laboratories working with these technologies and developing it. And we are assisting, and we're going to assist them further to develop it fully. So, what would you like to be? We just need to create a condition from miles away as a carbon in the microchip or the gold in the microchip. You extract it, the microchip is literally useless. This microchip is on the aircraft. The aircraft cannot fly. The technology will not be used to harm no one, but the technology will be used to allow a gap for world leaders to start thinking for a new solution. By June of this year, we'll release the full technology, which means we will show how systems electronically can come to literally not to function. You have to rewire the whole aircraft. You have to rewire a whole aircraft carrier or a battleship. Change the condition and use the materials and these factories for the peaceful purposes, or the technology now is in the hand of the people. They enforce it. Thank you very much. Bring in the scientists from Tokyo if they have access to them. Hi,
Hello.
Yoko. Hi, you're
Hi.
back?
Yes, it's got some connection problem, sorry. Okay.
Технические проблемы.
Are you bringing in your Japanese scientists and other people?
Yes, Rick, could you help me to call? I think they are already online.
Yukoko, you have to translate from English to Japanese or Japanese to English. Can you introduce him who he is?
Yes, I will ask them to. 渡辺先生。
はい。
いらっしゃいます。Okay. Yeah, the Professor Watanabe is already on the call. So wait one more.
Could we ask the professor to introduce himself and his field of expertise?
Okay. では、so please let me pitch in Japanese for a while. これからまず第3部という形で、日本語で主に日本の、科学者をお迎えして、現地で農業に携わっていらっしゃる方もお迎えして、ディスカッションを進めていきたいというふうに思っております。木下さん、通訳お願いします。木下さん。
はい、大丈夫です。
あ、通訳お願いします。
自己紹介からお願いします。
はい。では、先生の自己紹介、渡辺先生、東京大学部、大学院、
総合文化研究科っていうところにいます。
はい。放射能を科学的に理解するという5本、著書も出されていらっしゃいまして、東京大学で、特別な、東北復興のための、講義なども数々されていらっしゃる先生です。今日はよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。専門は植物の環境との関わり、そういったことを、研究しています。
少し切って
Can you translate what was said, please?
もう一度お願いしていいですか
What he specializes in is research with the plants, and he's researching in agricultural plants and so on. And also he has published a certain book which is all related to the radiation and which the influences on the plant and so on.
Okay. Can you explain to us what is the effect of radiation from Fukushima on the plants in Japan?
今のですね、福島の状況というのをどのように捉えていらっしゃるか、先生の方からご説明いただいてもいいですか？
正直まだちゃんと現地を見ていないんですけれども、かなり除染などは、田畑に関しては進んでいて、工作などもできるようになっている部分がかなり増えたと思っています。まだ、
To be honest, he hasn't had a chance to visit the Fukushima yet. But as far as he can see that, especially for farmland, they are restarting in the harvest, and there are some activities for farming and planting. That's what he can see.
Yes, but what is the effect of radiation from the food which is cultivated and harvested from these lands? What is his opinion?
特にその汚染されているんじゃないかという不安を抱えている食品なんですけれども、そういうものが収穫されていて流通しているかもしれないというようなところに関して何か危惧されていたり危機感というのをお持ちでいらっしゃいますか？
基本的に、検査を、していて、その基準、クリアをしているものだけ流通していると、そういうシステムを、やってますので、あまりその辺で問題が起こるとは思っていません。
What he understands that there's a certain examination for food before released on the market, and everything you can buy on the market is actually past the examination. That's what the people understand.
Are they passed with the contaminated but below the standard level? Or are they contaminated because the contamination bar has been raised slightly, that the farmers can mix their food or their products with other materials in other parts of Japan, that it reduces the radiation level?
まあ、食品に関しては、これはまあ、事実かどうかわからないんですけれども、まあ、基準値を、まあ、高めに設定していたりですとか、まあ、他の、まあ、物質と混ぜてですね、放射炎が出ない、まあ、低く出るように、ちょっと細工をするような、そういうような、ことっていうのが起こっていたりしてるということを、まあ、博士ご自身は、海外から聞いているみたいなんですけども、まあ、そういうご不安も含めてなんですが、先生は、東京大学の方で実際に、学生さんに向けて、放射能に対してどのようなスタンスで、教えていらっしゃるんですかね。もちろん、科学的な知識というのはもちろんだと思うんですが、それだけではなくて。
その基準っていうのがどのように設けられているか、その科学的な根拠っていうのを、物理、科学、生物の立場から、3人の先生が一緒で教えています。
なるほど。3人で特別講義という形でやられている。
そうですね。はい。
このような取り組みは震災後に始まったんですか？
ごめんなさい。もう一回お願いします。
取り組みは、もちろん震災後に始まったと思うんですけど、震災後から取り組まれてらっしゃるんですか？
そうです。震災後、3年経ちました。もう震災後から始めました。
吉田さん、一回。
はい、what is his working as a professor that he's giving lectures to the students of the university which is the relation with the radiation with the crops and the plants, which in the stance of scientific research.
What is their finding in respect to radiated foods or agricultural food?
Sorry, what is that? Could you repeat it again?
What is their understanding of the effect of the radiation on the food chain?
学生さん、まあ消費者の方かもしれないんですけども、そういうまあ汚染されたその食品に対するその正しい知識理解というのはされているというふうにお思いになりますか？
最初から無理で、
はい、
順になって基礎からお話をすると、分かってくると、学生は冷静に考えられるようになると思います。
At the beginning, it's always difficult for them to understand. So as they actually giving them lessons, they gradually understand the circumstances.
Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
At the very beginning, it's always hard to understand for them. But as Mr. Watanabe gives lectures, they start understanding the circumstances.
He insists that it's required education in the consumer levels and also for the student or the children living in the future. まさにそういった放射能の教育というのを先駆けてやっていらっしゃるということですよね。
はい、そう思ってます。
はい。ありがとうございます。でですね、もうお一方本日ご参加いただいておりましてご紹介させてください。Please let me introduce one more participant from Japan. 田中進様です。農業法人、サラダボールという山梨県の方なので、直接的に被災地ではないんですが、大規模な農家、それから農家の若手のネットワーク、をさまざまな形で取り組んでいらっしゃる、若手農家の代表というか、ですが、田中さん聞こえますでしょうか？
はい、皆さんこんにちは。
こんにちは。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
田中さんの方からもざっと今までのそのサラダボールの、概要ですとか簡単にお話しいただいてよろしいですか？
はい、10年前に、設立をした農業生産法人です。で、日本では、比較的珍しい、全くの農家ではないところからスタートして、雇用形態で、若者たちが働いている会社です。で、野菜をですね、年間通して30品目ぐらい、作って、いわゆる市場出荷ではなく、直接契約をして出荷をするという、比較的最近の流れに沿ったというかですね、最近の流れの農業経営をしているんではないかなというふうには考えています。
農家の進化系というか、次世代型農家だと思うんですが、吉田さん、簡単に通訳できますか？
Mr. Tanaka established his company 10 years ago, and his organization is composed with farmers, and the farmers are all basically youngsters, and they actually work as farmers and provide their crops and vegetables to not to the market, but the contracted certain customers. So that's the unique point of their organization.
Yeah, but what is his connection with Fukushima? Is he in touch with the farmers in Fukushima,
Yes.
or do they?
Can
he tell us?
Yes.
Pardon?
Let me explain. He is networking all young farmers network in all over Japan, including Fukushima area.
Yeah.
And then those are the young and then very ambitious farmer to develop new standard of the farming and they are actually the people who have to indicate this kind of radioactive removal activity also. So this is the reason why I invited him for this discussion today.
Yeah, what is his view or understanding of what is happening with the young farmers in the Fukushima area or in the contaminated area by Fukushima accident?
田中さんお聞きしてもよろしいですか？
はい。
今、田中さんご自身は山梨の方で農業されているということで、
はい。
福島のその農家の方たちとのその交流というのとかも、若手ネットワークをやっている中では終わりになると
そうですね。はい、ありますね。
そういう方たちからその汚染の状況というか、そういった放射能に対しての、聞いてらっしゃることですとか、
はい、
どうした形で受け止めてらっしゃるのかというのを、私たち日本人はよく分かっているんですが、せっかくしたいので海外の皆さんたちにシェアしたいと思うんですけれども、お話いただけますか？
はい。やはり汚染そのものよりもその背景にある分からない部分として風評被害にとてもやはり苦しんでいるというのが一番の実態じゃないかと思います。例えば、
Yes, carry on.
Yes, he has connections with the young farmers in Fukushima, and what they really suffer is actually not the contamination, which is not, they don't really have a chance to have a true information, but what they really suffer is a bad reputation or rumors about the bad images of Fukushima. So that the products really can't really sell.
Yes, we know there is a problem with the name Fukushima and food in Japan or outside. But do these farmers I know the Japanese government has given clearance to sell the food, but the farmers feel and they know that their food is contaminated. But they still have to produce it because they've been told to produce. But I want to know what is the condition for these farms? Are they farming all the lands, or major part of the lands cannot be touched or be entered?
博士がですね、本当にあくまでも海外の情報源でお知りになっていることらしいんですけども、中にはですね、農家の方たちの中でどうしても放射能汚染が、残留物質などが測定され たとしてもですね、
はい。
本当にもちろん許容というか、その範囲のはともあれなんですけれども、本当に辛い思いでそれを出荷しなければならないというようなプレッシャーというか状況というか、そうでないと生きていけないというような、そういうような状況を聞いているというんですけども、そういう、なんていうんですかね、国からのプレッシャーとか、そういったものというのは、農業をやってらっしゃる方の中におありになるんですか？
そうですね、農業の持っている、特徴的な側面として、地域に就職するみたいな側面があるので、自分がやりたいことだけではなく、地域だとか国のその、意向に沿わなきゃいけない場面っていうのは少なからずあるとは思います。
So the more or less they have the kind of pressure from the government is partially there in another control, some local government, both local government and national government for the food making.
So they have to produce whatever can be produced, contaminated or uncontaminated.
I think they have no,
no say,
trick or any deal, any trick for this in the farmer side. But let me ask, 一番ケシャ博士が気にされていることはですね、本当にこの汚染された物質が食品が出回ってしまっているんじゃないかというところにあるみたいなんですけれども、いろいろとニュースなんかで騒がれては日本でもいますが、そういったものをやっぱり意図的に流さないと流通しなければならないというようなプレッシャーがある社会とか、なんていうんですかね、放射能に対してのその恐怖感みたいなもの。
すみません、誤解があったらあれですけど、多分私が知る限り汚染されたものが流通されることはないんじゃないですかね。
He could state that there is no any possibility to be distributed contaminated food in Japan as a farmer. He clearly stated. So.
Okay. So who measures the radiation level or contamination level on these food produced?
食品のその放射能測定というのはどこが今責任を持ってやっている感じなんですか？例えばその田中様がお作りになった食品ですとか、もしくはその農家のネットワークの方が作られたもので、何かそういう、検査というかを通るんですか？
今出荷団体が独自にやってたりはしますね。で、
そうなんですね。
はい。
独自なんですね。じゃあその義務というのではなくて独自に行われている。義務もある。
すみません、はっきりちょっと私はそこを認識してないからわかりませんけども、はい。
haven't got any clear information, but probably he knows that some independent organization actually apply this radioactive measurement or test individually, but it's not on duty. But he hasn't got any information about this.
Does he know if there has been any report from the farmers who've been physically or health-wise been affected by this in the Fukushima area?
そのエリアの方でなんかそういったような射の測定値が定期的になんていうんですかね、報告されているようなレポート、そういうものってあるんでしょうかという質問なんですけども、先生の方からそういうのってご存知ですか？先生、渡辺先生ももし。
はい。今、食品安全委員会っていうのが、福島関係の、測定、それを監視していると思います。それで定期的に報告をしています。で、それとあと、 出荷だけではなくて、流通の方、大きな、小売店、スーパーなどですね、そういったところも自主的に2度目の、検査をしていると。それで店頭に出してますので、それを、
かいくぐるのは難しいということ
難しいと思いますけど。
So in Fukushima, there is a very strict, assignment for the radioactive in the governmental level, and also there is some distributor, like a big supermarket, also testing it individually. So there is a kind of double check. So is this Professor Watanabe told us that there is not many chance to, through this contaminated food. Yes, so this is kind of a very strict examination.
But is the agriculture or farming with the farmers goes on the contaminated land, or these are just in the Fukushima area where there is less contamination or no contamination?
Okay.
If the cultivation goes on the near the station in the red zones, what they call it.
Near the station of
yeah, near the power station, there is a big area which is a no-go zone for people, or a limited time, which covers mainly agricultural area and some living areas. Are there any farming going on in those areas?
そういったもう避難区域みたいになっているところの今の農業っていうのは食べ物生産はもちろん行われていない状態ですよね、ということを博士は。Yes, yes. So there is no food production in this area.
So we are talking about the place when it's been tested that is no contamination. So they allow what is in the Fukushima area, but no contamination.
But, yes, but that's the point we have to discuss about today. So can we really be optimistic, like there is no contamination?
That's what we hear from your people, huh? This is this is what we listen to people from Japan, from you, and but what this raises a question: why there are still 145,000 people today, farmers and residents who are not in their homes and in their land?
Yes. So
can you answer that question?
Yes. Let me explain. So いまだに食べ物が本当に避難区域で生産されてないというのは当然なんですが、じゃあ他のエリアでできている食べ物に対して、どうやったら消費者の方たちが安心感を持ってっていうところに、博士としては貢献をしたいですし、これから何をどういったサポートを皆さんが必要とされているかっていうところをお知りになりたいというのもあるんですけども、今もなお福島の、かなりの世帯の方が避難をされていたりする中で、博士としては具体的に海外からの支援として、どんなことが求められているのかというのを知りたいというんですが、今回の汚染除去技術というのも、そうだと思うんですけれども、何かそういう、こういう支援、こういう海外からの手が差し伸べられると道が開けるかもしれないですとか、そういうアイデアはございますか、渡辺先生。
ですね。やはり今安心なレベルの食べ物が福島からできているわけですが、それは相当の努力がいります。で、土壌に摂取も吸収しないように別の物質を入れたり、そういった工夫をしている、その労力をいかに軽減するか、そういう技術があれば受け入れられると思います。
なるほど。I ask Professor Watanabe, there is any, support we can do from outside as a Keshe Foundation. It's not only that decontamination technology, but there is any other possibility. And then he told me that there is actually implemented some 土壌にこう埋めて吸収させるようなものですか、先生。
そういうものですね。あとは雨が降るたびに、多少セシウムを移動しますので、そういったものを歯止めかけられるような、やはり吸収剤、そういったイメージのものかと思います。
なるほど。There is already some part already accepted this kind of technology to absorb the radioactive material in certain material. I don't know where exactly invested from, but those kind of technology will be really welcome to this and help for the local farmers.
Yeah, we will speak to TEPCO and others very soon again. We're going to release this video to them if they haven't watched it or they're not online at the moment. What is very interesting for me is what we see from NHK and from Russian televisions reporters is that up to now, in the past 2 years, 80 farmers have committed suicide because of or from the Fukushima area, as they cannot produce or go back to their farms. And the sons of these farmers, according to the videos which are available from NHK, who are doing the farming after the fathers, are refusing to eat the food which they are cultivating because they say they know themselves is contaminated. This is documented documentary from NHK, what do you call it, Japanese national television. And they've been in the public meetings and they're asking the governments, how can we sell contaminated materials which we don't eat ourselves, but you sell it in public? This is what I want to get to, how much truth is into this. Or is the Japanese public being kept blind into these positions? But if it's on your national television, I think it's something a lot of people know about it, but they don't want to talk about it.
Okay. So, 今博士がおっしゃってたのは、そういった技術的なサポート、田中さん、渡辺先生がおっしゃるような、そういうことはもちろん今回のその風車財団のテクノロジーの、東電への提供ですとか、そういうことを積極的にやるというのはもちろんなんですけど、すごく懸念していらっしゃるのは、もうこの状況に悲観してですね、NHK のドキュメンタリーでご覧になったと言っているんですけども、若い農家の方がですね、親子2代とか何世代かに続く農家の方が、ちょっと自殺をしてしまったりですとか、そういうような恐ろしいことが起こっているっていうところをご覧になってとても胸を痛めているということなんですね。はい。で、田中さんの方も何かその農業、食の生産といったところに対して、まさに本当に放射能の危険性が最もクリアにしていかなきゃいけない、分野だと思うんですけども、なんか海外からのサポートですとか、今何か足りていないもの、先ほどはその、風評被害というところで、正しい情報だっていうふうなこともおっしゃっていましたが。
そうですね。はい。やっぱり安全なものが出来上がっても、汚染されてないものが出来上がっても、やはり売れないんですね。そこに最もやっぱり苦しんでいます。で、多分皆さんの議論を聞いてても、日本の農業、福島の農業っていう言い方をされるんですけども、例えばオープンフィールドのものとグリーンハウスで作るようなものはまた全然この汚染に関しては違うんですけども、それでも福島のものとして扱われるわけですね。正しくやはり安全性を示せる形っていうのは今後まだまだ課題なんじゃないかなっていう気がします。それが、この先意欲を持って、生産者が農業に臨めるかどうかにかかってくるんじゃないかと。
はい、ありがとうございます。As Dr. Keshe concerned, it's there is a fact that Japanese farmers are struggling in this situation, of course, but it's mainly about they have say 風評被害っての人さんなんて訳されてました。
なんだろう。
There is a misinformation
and rumors.
Rumors, yes. Rumors.
Yeah.
Yes, rumors. And so it's a wrong information is distributed as a Fukushima food. So what Tanaka-san told me that there is a difference between the contamination level in that food cultivated in the open field and inside of the greenhouse. But they are all mix them together and then they named the brand as a Fukushima food. So the
This is what we thought. So you see what happened. Reports we see from Fukushima, like growing mushrooms. The mushrooms grown on the tents in the bags, as I've said before, show 50, half or 50% level of radioactive material contamination or radiation in them. And these are not labeled, and these are put into the food chain. Mm-hmm. So we know that it's clearly documented, and we've seen the videos of it. Mm-hmm. So we know that's what I said before. They are mixing the contaminated food, so diluting it, and it goes out as a product which doesn't show to be from Fukushima.
Mm-hmm. 本当にそうですね、風評被害もそうですけど、本当にそういう実際になんかこのテレビのドキュメンタリーなんかで、起こっていることを、海外から歯がよく、見ているという、状態なんですけども、なんか放射能に関してなんですけども、
Excuse me, these reports are all been shown in past 7-10 days, past 2 weeks. So it's a current, it's not before or long time ago. Regarding these new farmings, yeah.
Okay. 博士がご覧になったその情報見られている情報っていうのがつい最近のものでそんなに古いものじゃないのでまさにそういう危機に瀕しているんじゃないかということをご心配されてるんですけどもちょっと話題を変えさせていただいて放射能に関してなんですけどもなんかこう日本の中でちょっとプロがやる仕事というか本当に東電の仕事か国の仕事かそれともこういう結社のように外から救いの手が差し伸べられるかみたいなのを私はこれは個人的にただ感じているだけですけどもどうもみんな手を動かす手をなんていうんですかね動かしたくとも動かせないという歯がゆさの中にいるような気がするんですね。で、大体その除染っていうことはその民間レベルでもちろんやってらっしゃる団体とかもあるんでしょうけれども、やることによって効果とかやり方によってはものすごく除染率が上がるみたいなことってあるんですかね。渡辺先生にお聞きしてもよろしいですか。
その辺、専門的には分からない部分もあるんですけれども、かなりの、重力を、使って、もう2年、3年近くやって、効果は上がっていると思います。で、実際にその中で、住民の方が住む環境、周辺中心に除染が進んで、環境が良くなった。で、農地にしても、使えるようになったっていうのがだんだん増えているというふうには思っています。
何の除染ですか？
除染は、住宅周辺、あるいは、田畑ですね。
Okay. Professor Watanabe told me there is a many progression in these 3 years for the radioactive removal activity in Japan, but and then some of the accommodation and some of the part of the area is very successful to get rid of those radioactive material. This is what he heard. But でもそのスピードアップというか、3年かけてのそのこれからどれくらいかかりそうとか、そういうところで何かこう。
今のレベルをさらに半分とか、するには非常に大変なことで、時間、労力が今まで以上にかかるっていうのは間違いないと思います。どこで、満足するか。で、むしろその土地の中でいかに生きるか、農作物を作るかっていう技術、それも合わせて必要になるんだと思います。
So there is some certain success, certain results of the radioactive removal, but if we can make it like a double achievement or speed up,
you can. I don't know if you've seen it. Give them the link to the video we just released about Fukushima and let them look at it in their universities and in the farming communities.
Okay, I will ask him to sharing your video to his university also. ぜひこれはケシャ博士からのお願いなんですけど、もうその除染活動の効率化というところで、もし東大の方の研究所なんかで一度その今回アップしたビデオなんかを見ていただいて、農家の方たちとこういうことが実際可能かどうかっていうのをご検討いただいたりとかってできそうですかね。
私だけではちょっと専門が違うので、他の研究者と一緒に見るチャンスを作りたいと思います。
はい、ぜひ一緒にチャンスを作りたいと思ってますので、よろしくお願いします。He going to building up a team. He cannot work individually, so he need to make a collaboration with the other scientists and other team. Yeah.
We are prepared and we welcome if they want to collaborate with us to develop the technology rapidly in the university. We'll give you 100% support and full time till they can achieve it.
Okay.
If you can tell them that, please.
はい。もし何かご覧になっていただいて実際にやる取り組みなどがあったらサポートなどやらせていただければということです。あと田中さんの方もお聞きしたいんですけど、やっぱりいろいろ福島以外のエリアでも農作地の除染活動っていうのなんですけども、ご自分で取り組まれている農家さんとか結構いらっしゃるんですか
？Can I explain? Carry on, sorry. Carry on, let me speak.
Okay. Could I ask one more question to Mr. Tanaka? Is about radioactive removal activity in Japanese farmer. So, yeah. Any individual challenge at this moment? So.
Yes. What happened? Let me explain something you can pass on to the professor. That if any of the materials which we have shown in the videos produced, the nanomaterials, left in the ground, that is not retracted or they are not contaminated when they test it or the contamination is reduced, these materials, especially in the liquid form, are one of the most effective fertilizers we know. We have run tests for 3 years now. So these materials, if left in the ground, themselves become natural nitrogen absorbers for the ground. So you don't need to fertilize. You can leave these on the ground for years because of their property. They extract nitrogen from the earth in a very natural way, from the environment, from the air. So they increase, even we have noticed, we have researched, very detailed research on it for 3 years now, that they can increase the harvest by 3 to 5 times in some cases.
Okay, okay. Let me translate it more precisely later on. I think this is very important information to Professor Watanabe, so please let me do. で、but 今、博士がおっしゃってたのはですね、もうちょっと詳細に後でお聞きになっている方たちも興味あると思うのでいいんですけども、博士の、今回提案した汚染除去技術の中で使う物質で土にこう、帰る時にそのファーティライザー、土を逆にこう肥沃にするようなものっていうのもあるっていうことをおっしゃっているので、ちょっと詳しく聞いてまたぜひ今後ともちょっと渡辺先生と情報交換をさせていただければと思います。はい。
はい、
ごめんなさい。
科学的な何か、資料、そういったものがあればいろいろ考えることあると思います。
はい、わかりました。So he would like to have some scientific research, scientific report, if you have. So maybe we can share.
They have the material. We can provide them with the pictures and the data, which we run trials now with our group. We have it available. Every step has been photographed over 2 years. That how the harvest grows, and these are registered seeds, so the characteristics are well known. We can do that through you when you are here to work with them through the foundation. You can explain that to him.
Okay. そういった研究結果今まで記録してきたものとかも全部お見せしたいので、ぜひ今後とも、情報交換させてくださいということです。はい。よろしくお願いします。あと、ごめんなさい、田中さんがさっきお話に戻って、その農家の方たちが、今回提案しているのって実は博士は後からやっぱり個人でやるとちょっと危険も伴うかもしれないので、なるべく皆さんでちゃんとチームを組んで体制を作ってやってほしいということは言っているんですが、そういう個人レベルで農家さんたちが取り組んでらっしゃる除染とかって何かご存知ですか？どういう形でやる？
そうですね、個人というよりはやはり団体とか小さなチームなんかもあると思います。で、先ほど多分先生が言われたと思いますけども、作る側のチームと今度は販売側の流通側のチームに分かれるんですね。多分それによって汚染物質のその検査なんかをされていると思うんですけども、やっぱりその中で一番やっぱり農産物の問題は、出来上がったものを検査を例えば通して販売をするまでのこの時間的な制約ですよね。当然生ものといいますか命のあるものですので、いかに簡単に誰でもできて精度が高くできるかっていうことが多分とても大きな問題なんだと思います。
なるほど。ちょっと訳させてください。So, there is a lot of individual activity for the radioactive removal in the farmers in Japan right now, but there is a biggest requirement about the speed of the measurement because the food have to be distributed in the fresh as possible. So that something very speedy measurement system is very much welcome for them. And
yeah. If you watch the video, you can start doing it tonight. By Sunday, you can start testing it. If they watch the video, they can start making the material this weekend and start testing on the farmland by Monday.
Okay. That's great. 今、ケシェ博士が提案した方法って、とてもおっしゃってたスピードといった部分で、多分効果があるかもしれないのと、もし今回ビデオを見て、もし実際やられる方がいらっしゃったら、ぜひ月曜の夜あたりまでに結果が出てるかもしれないので、レポートをいただければということだったんですが、なんか、そういうボランティアというか、個々人でやられている除染活動に、ぜひ何か海外からの支援という形でご協力させていただけるようなチャンスとか、そういうのって歓迎ですかね、皆さん。
Can I explain something maybe on the scientific basis to make it more easily to understand from the professor point of view? And for the nuclear physicists who might be listening, like TEPCO, the process with this material is as it brings in cesium to itself, if you watch the video, it brings to itself nitrogen as well. And these farming lands are full of fertilizers, which are nitrogen-based. So the beauty with it is that in the layers of, nano layers of these metals, which you put in to extract the cesium and other radioactive material, a material like cesium releases a beta radiation, or what we have as a basis of like helium. And helium in conjunction with the nitrogen which absorbed releases oxygen and a hydrogen. And this is oxygen 17, but it can be reprocessed within the layers of the nano layers, where not only you create fresh, clean water out of the process, but you release a hydrogen, which is the energy which is released for the plant. This is how scientifically it works. So the nitrogen with the farming ground, in conjunction with the cesium, which is a radioactive, which releases the what we call a beta radiation. So this, in the layers, have the ability to release oxygen and a hydrogen, which is part of the energy system for the plant to be absorbed. So the material works in two ways: one, absorbing, and on its own becoming energy supply, feed supply for the plant. This is what I said a few minutes ago, that the farmers might see like bubbles on the water where they work. These bubbles are safe because these are non-radioactive. There is a small they are not radioactive. They're just the oxygen bubbles which is released through the process of the nitrogen decay in the helium interaction. And then what happens is there is a small possibility that the nitrogen might lead to production of tritium in the process, but this process is very short term when within the layers is absorbed and the tritium converts into the H2.
Okay.
So there is no danger. The beauty with this process is absorbs radioactive, it produces energy, and at the same time become a food for the plant.
Okay. Is there any documenting?
The documents for these are available on the, we can provide it. These are scientific data available, no problem. You can translate it for him?
もしもし。
いいですよ。
はいはい。
今のは翻訳いただかなくても大丈夫かなと思いますけども。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。はい。またちょっとドキュメンテーションがあるようですので、ちょっと私も今これ口頭で今お聞きになっているリスナーの方にもいろいろな
そうですね、
科学的なものの間違いがあってはいけないので、皆さんこれから多分これをやられるので、本当にこの辺の情報は慎重にちゃんとドキュメンテーションでお渡ししたいというふうに思ってますので、もしご興味持っていただけるようでしたらお願いいたします。はい。Okay, Dr. Keshe. So, can I back to the 田中さんごめんなさい、さっきからお話を途中でしてごめんなさい。ファーマーの要は農家の方たちが除染、ご自分でできる除染っていうところが今回のそのミソかなと思ってまして、要はその東電の仕事だとか、国の仕事だって言って待つんじゃなくて、今私たちがやれることがあるっていうのがすごくこうなんだろう、前向きな気持ちになれるんじゃないかなという、そういうところで私も今回こういう場を設定したんですけど。
とてもそう思いますね。実際にやはり福島に来ていただくと分かるんですけども、すべての地域で、多分海外の方に伝わるほどこう深刻さってないんですね。もう日常に戻りつつあるわけです。ただ世の中に農産物が出た場合にはそうは受け取ってもらえないと。そうすると、自分たちでどんなことができるんだ、どんなことを取り組んでいるんだっていうことを示す必要があるわけですね。その時に個人レベルでできるようなことを示せるってことは、 とても大きなそ
はい。
の風評被害に立ち向かうツールになると思いますし、その実際の数値がどうのこうのというよりも、そういう姿勢を保てることが農業者が次の時代にまた向かっていけるっていうとても大きな部分なんですね。ですので、個人レベルで誰でも簡単にある一定のクオリティをこう見せるようなそういうものがあれば、地域にとって非常に心強い勇気が出てくるものになるんじゃないかというふうに思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。ぜひちょっとこういった取り組みを皆さんに知っていただける、今回第1回ということで、はい。じゃあちょっとこれ最後に、もう時間がそろそろあれなので、最後にちょっと今のお話をケシャさんに、博士に翻訳して、それでちょっと、締めたいと思うんですが、はい。ドクターケシャ
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So he's really he gave me very positive comment about your technology. It might be very big, very influential, and then encourage young farmers, and not only young farmers but all farmers in Japan. This is that the method, they can apply individually, and then it's gonna be very powerful to against those kind of rumor damages, by themselves. So he would be really happy to, support and implement your technology in the future.
I think what we got to do after this workshop, if you can organize a small group to the professor, the farmer, and other farmers, then we can go directly into line by line what to do and how to do it.
Okay, that would be great. はい。この次の、段階として、ぜひ、こういう形で、教授、サイエンティストの方たちや、農家の方たちと直接、もう、ケシャ博士がどんどんお話をして、技術の方の支援をやっていきたいということですので、はい。本当に今日は、ちょっと不慣れな部分もあって、大変恐縮でしたが、これをきっかけにいろいろとまた進めていって、すいません。ありがとうございます。Dr. Kesha, I think a Japanese participant have to leave now, but can we continue to ask you several questions about the radioactive removal process afterwards? Okay, so we have to say goodbye and thank you to the Japanese participant. Thank you very much, Indian. 今日はありがとうございました。またご連絡させていただきます。失礼いたします。切れるかな？
Thank you.
切っていただけ。Thank you. ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Okay, you can ask your questions.
Okay. So there is several questions about.
Can I just 1 second, Rick? Do you have everybody online, or do you have enough online, or can you bring if anybody wants to ask questions from outside online?
We have 7 people right now. Let me see, 6, 7, 8, including myself. We can take a couple more people easily, and still do screen sharing or video.
Rick? Okay. I'll leave it with you to sort out in the background.
Okay, so if
just a second, Vince wanted to say something.
Meeting as well.
Pardon?
Say again, Vince.
We have 9 people in the GoToMeeting that can ask questions as well.
Okay, let them ask the question, no problem. We can join them in, they can ask it themselves, or they can write it in. Carry on, Yuko.
Okay. Should I? Okay, so let me just a few questions for some practical questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
You got to explain that you're going to say it in Japanese, or is it getting translated in Japanese?
Hi. Okay. I'm going to ask in English first, and then.
Yeah.
So when we do the decontamination activity ourselves, how many volunteers? How many people are the best size to apply this work?
It depends on the size of the farm and the farmer group. I think this is done better as a group than individuals.
この活動を始めるにあたり、最適な人数、またグループっていうのはどのぐらいの単位になると思うでしょうかという質問ですね。これに関しては特に決まった決まりはないんですけども、やはり個人ではなくグループでスタートするということはとても大切なことだと思います。
Yes.
And I think the Fukushima now is quite freezing and might have snow also. So the temperature is below the freezing point level. So can the work be done in this condition as long as farmer can cultivate the land? Or
We can cultivate
I
it
mean the
anytime.
temperature is going to be
Yes,
quite
this
different
is,
with the results?
no, this is the beauty with nanomaterials, especially these new materials, that they are independent of the condition. These kind of materials can be used in the high temperature or at very low temperatures. That's why they're called, we call them GANs, we call them new state of matter we discover. Somebody's banging a lot of doors in the background. What do you call it? They are not environmentally dependent. They are dependent on their internal magnetic gravitational fields. That's why when you look at end of near the middle of the tape to the end, where we show the white stuff in the container, where I show you where I mix the white, what you call liquid into the bigger container, and then I show it. We have heated this material to a high temperature, doesn't get destroyed. We have frozen it, it doesn't get destroyed. We put acid on it, we put alkalines on it, we have put a car acid in it. We have put even caustic into it to see if we can boil it with other things. It doesn't make any difference. This material, as a superconductor, is it's very much gravitational magnetic field dependent, not the environmental dependent. If you want to translate.
今現場福島っていうのは非常に
温度の方今福島は氷点下に近い場所もあるということでそういった凍ってしまったような場合でも除染は可能なのかということなんですが、ビデオでご覧いただいた通り大変その耐性の強いケミカルですねマテリアル材料を使って物質を使っての除染ができますので、ものすごく高温であっても、氷点下であっても酸化しているアシッドを加えるような状態であっても可能ですということです。Thank you.
You're welcome.
And last one. So it's going to be the last one. So also about the food contamination. But even that the food which is already processed, like dried or canned, preserved, something like that, is it possible to decontaminate with your technology?
Yes, use the same process. Yes, use the same process. Use the same process. It's just how somebody's banging a lot of drawers around there. So what you can do, you can decontaminate more or less a lot of things through this process. But you have to find out how you're gonna accommodate the material to be within the food. You cannot allow a direct contact between these materials because they are nano materials and they cannot be digested or cannot be swallowed in. So you have to make it like a small barrier between the two.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other questions we can answer?
Yes, Ola had a question.
Hi, John. Good morning.
Yes, it's John here. Good morning. I would have a question. I saw in the video that you use soda. Yeah. Could any other hydroxide could be used to get the same results? because
you can use a mixture. You can use a mixture of potassium. You can use materials which can allow the interaction and release of high energies. A nitrogen, high energy nitrogen mix can be used too, but this depends what material you're using and what you want to extract. You can add.
So ammonia.
Pardon? You can use ammonia.
Ammoniac?
Yes, you can use ammoniac, but you have to understand. Pardon? Hello?
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I've been using ashes and extracting all the hydroxides, and they are very strong hydroxides extracted from ashes. That should
bring it with you. Let's have a look. It must be very interesting.
Yes, okay, I'll bring that.
What happened? This is the beauty with this technology. It's a beginning. Everybody can bring their own thoughts and their expertise, and collectively we succeed.
Yes, my idea was the reactors, the ceramic reactors.
Yes,
would
I
be
know.
To make a vaporization of copper inside. That could be then nano-laid.
Yes, that's one way to do it. You can do it. That's what I said. The future of the technology in reactor side mainly sits in ceramic. I know what I'm talking about. That's one of the reasons we what do you call it? We welcome you to the institute. You understand?
Yes, I understand so clearly.
Yeah. Yes. Because this has to be collectively from all directions.
Yes, and well, what I saw sorry.
Carry on, I'm listening.
Yes, okay. Okay. What I saw in the video is very interesting. I did see some way of making nanomaterial that was described on YouTube. This is very easy, and it's very interesting to see this other way of having the coatings made on the material. So it is an opening in my understanding as it is now.
I think this is going to be a shock to a lot of nano companies, nanotechnologies around the world. Nobody can patent it. That's what we said. When we start releasing technologies, because it's public information, nobody can patent it anymore. So it's for you to use to your own benefit.
Yes,
these are easy. You're welcome. You're welcome. Any other question? Hello? Is there anybody, or am I left in the space on my own?
No,
Mr. Keshe, we're here.
Okay.
Yeah,
is there any other
questions?
questions?
Thank you for sharing this.
Is there anybody else on the line?
Yeah, I'm here also, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Elia. I can see you. Let me explain something with this video. The last maybe 3 minutes of this video will set the exact scene and the pattern of our work. When I said by February we'll go ahead with different direction, and by June we'll enforce the world peace through the way we are working, you can see how. now scientists around the world will go crazy within the next 2-3 months trying to produce these nanolayers, but there are different methods of doing it. We've shown a way, but if you're producing reactors and you're trying to nano-coat it, let me advise you in a very, very simple way. Do not put your reactor upside down into the liquid. If I can explain it this way, you put your, let's say, caustic on the bottom of the container. You measure the amount of liquid you need in your reactor to do the job, and then you put the reactor in and you fill it up with the water or with the liquid, with a hot liquid, because this way you get a uniform coating. So you put your half moon or your reactor facing downwards. If you have a hole on the top of your core, you allow that the water and the steam can come through it very rapidly. This way, you don't get any residual in your coating, and you get a uniform coating of your core. If you turn it upside down and you fill it in with, let's say, caustic, and you put water, boiling water in it or liquid in it to do the job to the top of your container, then you find out the caustic's material will go into the pores of the nanomaterial, and then you get a disturbed magnetic field. So what you got to do, make sure you have a hole where the steam can come out or the water can come out, and you always do the processing upside down, which means you only get the water, the heat, the material, but you get a uniform coating with no impurities in it. This is a big tip you will understand when you run your reactors. This is as good as building the whole reactor. The other tip I can give you is make sure that you leave, if you got 2 half cores, you leave a connection point between the 2 half cores. Because when you coat this way, you'll find out the top half will not communicate with bottom half, and you have unstable reactors for anything, and then you say it doesn't work. If you have a screw system, you make sure there is connections built, especially between the 2 halves. If you have a flat plate half moon like our friends did in Malta, you make sure that the 2 halves are insulated, because you have a half moon system. You have to remember certain procedures. When you take your reactor out of the liquid after, let's say, 24 hours, immediately put it in a sealed container with a little bit of the same caustic water on the bottom of it. Don't put a fresh water. Use the same material but underneath your plate, and you make a connection between your reactor and the plate. This is very important. What does this mean? You get a voltmeter, you get a ammeters or whatever, you put it on small 200 millivolts, you put 1 point on your reactor body and 1 point on the metal base. That you repeat this every few centimeters around your core. So what happened? You make a uniform layering. Then what you have to do, call from you take it out. After 24, you do repeat this connection 3-4 times. Then you take your reactor core out and you put it back in the first container where you had the liquid, and you repeat the whole process. You put caustic at the bottom, You put the reactor in. You repeat, you leave it for 24 hours. You take it out, put it back in the bin, in your mesh, do the same process, and you put the same container, the same system again 2 days later back in the caustic. This way, it allows you to bring that, what I've been always talking about, the powder dust. You create layers of compressing gravitational magnetic field, which releases your ultraviolet, and at the same time, like a sponge, cuts into the plasma and allows the plasma energy to be released. These are the, what do you call it, the secrets of this technology. Now we opened it up. This is, I know today, Italian scientists around the world will listen to this. But these are, as I said, we open all the doors. Nothing is kept behind. So it's no use for you to coming back and saying in 2 weeks' time, oh, we tried it, it didn't work. Listen clearly to the procedure I explained. If you can, it takes me sometimes up to a month, 2 months to coat a reactor. It's better to coat a reactor properly than just trying to test something half-cooked. Repeat the process, and you will see it. If you try this on a piece of, let's say, copper, and repeat the process and get the air blow on it, you will see it just like dust blows off the top. Other thing is, do not, under no circumstances, touch the core once it's coated. Do not blow at it because your breath has protein in it. Keep your system, if you're not working in a sealed container, always in a plastic container. Do not use metals. These are a few things which can give you guidance with. What you have to do, it's very, very, very critical. Under no circumstances ever touch these materials with bare hand. 2, 3 layers of gloves. Always monitor your own body in a very simple way when you're working with these kind of nano materials. These are ganses, these are not nano layers anymore. What happens is, if you get it absorbed into your body, you always work with these things. Monitor your excrement, monitor your, when you go to do a piss. You look for the color and the shape. If the change of the color in excrement goes towards orange to yellow, you stop. It means you contaminated yourself. There is a way to clean up nano materials out of the body in a very effective way. There is a product, it's a natural product in the market. You can buy it from herb shops. This materials brings your stomach, your liver, and your pancreas back into order. The material, you can drink about 5 or 10 drops of it 2 or 3 times a day. If you have a blood condition, you do not touch it because it's a blood thinner. The material has to be handled through you can buy it from herbalist. Is used for all sorts of diseases. So you wait till you see balance back in your body before you go any further. I sometimes accidentally touch things and walk away for weeks just to just get the stability back. The contamination through magnetic field is much more dangerous than the contamination through nuclear material if you do not know what to do. So, as I said, we open the whole door. This when you give a toy to a child, you got to tell him what are the dangers with it. So these are the dangers with it. Always never breathe into your system. Always stay clear of the system. Never ever try to touch. Once you coat it, do not touch your coating anymore. That's it. That's how it's going to be. You have to accept it. When you take the reactor apart, there is no radiation because these materials decompose radiation out of themselves. So you're always in a free radiation zone. This is the secret which we developed walking away from nuclear development. I should say thank you again to the Belgians in trying to push us away from nuclear. What I just told you in past 10 minutes has taken me over 20 years to develop. So you are in 10 minutes, 20 years ahead. I hope all of you will be as open as this to share your knowledge and don't hide it in patents and other things. So you can quote your reactors, and by the next workshop, and when we have the workshop with the knowledge seekers, you can tell us the performance of your reactor. Do not release huge amount of gases into your reactor because it does the job of the blowing. It destroys the coating. So you release small expanded amount of gases into your reactor when you start producing or performance of the reactor. The other thing is always build your reactors in an isolated condition electrically, because if you carry a metal reactor, make sure you have a total insulation condition, because the energy can reverse back. We have lost a lot of power supplies. So if you want to drain energy, you can do it. Your generators, your power supplies become a generator. You will see the reverse current flows. At the same time, you have to understand exactly how you operate your reactors and how you build your reactors. Just don't jump in, you think you know the secret, now you're going to do it. You're going to put yourself in more danger than anything else. Any questions?
The question would be, what is the herb you are talking about?
What?
The herb that should be used for decontamination of the nanomaterial we would have absorbed.
If you wait 2 seconds, I'm going to get it. You talk among each other till I come back. 2 seconds.
So we are through a very good, interesting aspect of the technology.
Yes, lots of very good information.
You have an incoming call from Keshe Plasma Reactor Group.
But haven't had the knowledge to go further than just thinking about, the ways that he's talking about. Obviously, oxidization was among our conversations a lot, and we just didn't know where to go from there, but this shows us where to go.
Okay, the material is called ruta. R-U-T-A. You can buy it in drops, and you cannot take more than 5 to 10 drops sometime a day if you have a blood condition, because it's a blood thinner, but it's one of the effective things I find with radiation contamination and with GANs and nanomaterial contamination. This is developed
So, Mr. Keshe, would this be...
It's the oil of ruta.
Sorry, would this be a replacement for the potassium iodide pill?
Pardon? Can you repeat the question?
Would it be a substitution for a potassium iodide pill?
In some cases, yes, but this is a natural process. This is a natural material. I get this material especially from a place in Belgium. I know you can buy it in the markets. It's used for a lot of infections and everything, but it's one of the best things to clean up with radiation and nano and GaNs materials. With me, it might be different, but it has a side effect that's worse than the aspirin in thinning the blood. And so you have to watch. You cannot take it more than 2 or 3 days, and you have to take it in different doses. I'm sure Dr. Elia can tell us about it more than anybody else. These are herbs used, and they've been used for centuries. But it works because you got to understand the reality that because our body is made of GaNs, our muscles are GaNs state. That's why the minute you touch your fingers, you feel it in your brain. They're superconductors. As I explained in the video, your amino acids, they behave to superconductors because there are gases in or molecules in a GaNs state. So these materials, which like ruta, are part of the structure which works with the GaNs state. They are made of the same thing. So you don't need to fight the radiation. You can do it in a simple way with this material. It works with me and it's been a pleasure for me to use this for past nearly 3-4 years. I buy it from, or I get it from a place in Ardennes, in west of Belgium, in Luxembourg. There is a shop there. They sell it the best quality I've seen. Next.
So this is obviously what you were talking about when, because it's a herb. Excuse me. When you take a herb that is closest to your magnetic field due to it being grown closer to the ground, this is what you were talking about?
Exactly. Exactly. You have a very good memory. This is part of the structure, part of the understanding of our needs. It's very much like we have to understand the process changes when we go to space. I don't know if you know about a moon phase. If you listen to space programs like with NASA, they're scientists known as having a moon phase. Because of the gravitational change and magnetic change in the station or in the space, the shape of the body face changes to like a full circle. All the astronauts' faces changes. The same thing is part of the understanding how you grow these things near the Earth. So you can't use this material up in the space in a no gravity zone, because this material is deep. It comes from the root. It comes from the ground, and the gravitational magnetic field has a different effect in the space. These are the things which scientists have to understand how to work with within the body of the man.
I have to add one thing. I do have some ruta in my garden.
Yeah, but you need a ruta extract, huh?
And the extract is should not be difficult to make.
Produce. No, it's not difficult. But not everybody has a ruta in the back garden, huh? So you have to find.
Sir.
I used to go around the fields with my wife and dig it out, huh? It's a big heavy roots and whatever it is, the roots something. So you have a wife like mine who's deep into herbs and things, and you go out and dig the garden or somebody's backyard because there is something in there you want to have. But usually people get it from, you got to buy it from reputable places. there is a producer of these material in Ardennes. It's a family business. They produce all the herbs themselves. And if you've been to the meetings of the Keshe Foundation, you have met the lady who is the operator of this business, and they literally produce their own pure materials. Next question.
I just want to ask which part from ruta have to use.
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't
so
know. It is
make a salad.
I make a salad, yeah. But no, it's just I buy it the way it is. It's one of the best things for malaria as well, because I carry it with me to Africa.
Yeah, and ruta is homeopathic remedy also.
Yes. Yeah.
So
next question.
So is ruta as effective as effective as MSM for curing malaria?
Some people believe so. I've never used it. I rely on tablets and God knows everything else. I use usually what they call African aftershave, which is the mosquito spray. You know, if you worked in Africa, as long as I have been there, you smell the tourists because they all smell of the, what do you call it, mosquito spray. Well, this is what we call the African aftershave. If you put perfume on, within minutes you'll have a party of mosquitoes on your skin. They come to you up. So this because people, locals, what they call expats, have got used to it. You don't see that when you these are tourists, you know. So it's very easy to smell. We call it African aftershave.
Yes.
Okay.
Lemongrass have the same effect for the.
Pardon?
I said lemongrass. This is
lemongrass, yes.
For the mosquitoes.
For mosquitoes, yeah. In part of Africa, they grow it for that, but some people can't even afford that. The beauty of this technology is, as I work for a long time in Africa, I know what this technology can do to the continent in changing a lot of things, in increasing the harvest, allowing medication to be at the reach of everyone at literally no cost, because now we start opening the medical side. Then you can understand something hidden in the video. If you look at the video which we just released, go back to the last 10 minutes, you see a black flask on the table, yeah, where I picked a magnet up from. This black flask is one of the thermoses we use for medical application. And the same kind of nanomaterials is produced and kept in these jars in a different active dynamic way. So what you see is one of the most advanced health technologies sitting on that table. But because you're not aware of, you don't know what you see. And as I said, we open the doors of technology in a very radical way. So this material can be used in Africa by just giving the water to people as a malaria. Just to drink of water can save a life, cost nothing. I have seen my own workers in Africa going on the floor, shaking like crazy for 12.5 English pence for medicine they don't have to pay. They don't have it. So they go through the problem for 2-3 days and sometimes lose their life to it. So with this free cost, it doesn't need another 12.5 pence to pay to a doctor to give an injection. These are the realities what we are facing. I've seen too much in the world with my own eyes to understand what it needs to be done. And the roadmap is set to do that. Through the medical, through the water processing, as you've seen, the way you purify, you can put back in what is needed as nourishment too. So as you take the poison, you can get the same water to become the food for your day, the energy you need to live with, and it costs nothing. If you go too fast, we get shut down. We have all sorts of problems. So slowly, it's taken me years of painstaking patience to see it through. But now everything is getting released in one go. You can use these materials and the system we showed in miniature to feed the nation. You just put a fountain where people come just to drink water. The water becomes their food. You don't need refugee camps and people waiting for sacks of rice to arrive from somewhere. You have energy, you carry on. Doesn't matter what you digest.
Mehran?
Yes.
Please, for what it's worth, I know this is quite understated as a way of sharing this, but I'm very thankful. I really appreciate you sharing this way, and I'm looking forward to working with this technology with groups that I'm working with. We'll be able to put this to use. And this is Mark Hosa in Australia.
Yes, what has happened, the truth is, you see a lot of people, I keep on saying, they don't know about my background. They just all think I'm just the Keshe Foundation. I have run, as I said before, multinational businesses around the world, and not just on the telephone. I've been on the ground, I've been on the fields, I've been in the factories where I owned and when I ran and when I collaborated with governments. When I tell you I've seen a guy dying because of 12 cents, it's my own staff, my own workers. I've seen my own workers in Siberia, in Kazakhstan, who could not afford even food after the Eastern Bloc opened. I've seen the harshness, and I've seen people who wear, ladies who wear shoes with emeralds and all sorts of things just to be on the shoe that they can show their wealth. I've eaten on the both tables with the people on the land and the people on the most richest tables on the world. And I know one is doing to the other. If you push one too far, the other one jumps off the table. But if you allow it the way we are doing it, we'll get through. The reality is the richest nations in the world cannot feed their own nationals anymore. Two ways. We provide it with them, they understand the process the way we are doing, or we show the other way around, which can be done with force, with brutal way of which is used up to now. We don't do it. When people make the change, they stick with the change. When you force the change, they'll fight it. So this way, with the release of technology, the way we have started from today, is we allow the people to make the change. And that is the great change which come. You've seen the technology in its rawest form. I cannot be any more raw. The place you've seen, which we demonstrate, this is the lab which we are setting up for the knowledge seekers. This is where they do their job. They do the development, their ideas, and they set it out. We give them all the facilities, but it's them to do the job. But this can be repeated anywhere in the world. You can do it in a small farm. In Australia, you have a lot of drought. It takes you, if you understood this system, and if you listen to what I explained to our Japanese professor, you should be able to produce hundreds of gallons of water in the most driest part of Australia. The driest part on this planet, always say, carries minimum 15% moisture. The way you attract cesium from the ground, build a system which attracts moisture from the air. Then you continuously deliver You can grow God knows all the sheeps on this planet in the continent of Australia with plenty of water. This water immigration, like Japan, like China, is doing in South America because of the water. They don't have the land and the water, and they're using Argentina or Brazil or the farms in Africa because of the rain. They cannot do it in their own land. If our Chinese friends understand it, you don't need to immigrate to another part of the world to feed your own nation. What you see on that table today is a total oasis system. Energy, food, water, and warmth is all being shown on one table. I think if people ever understand what this video is, this video is your life. You carry this knowledge with you to a space,
it's
you
amazing.
can stay alive. This is a planet. That's how conditions are.
Well, Miran, we're also we'll be actively able to work with this in Bangladesh as well. We're working on drinking water. We were looking for something for a way to make drinking water from air in an affordable way, and it's amazing to see this. I'm so excited.
Let me explain to you an alternative. Dirk Lorenz can tell you this. He was present in the trials or in the test in Ghent University with me. These materials, if you heat them up like the copper wire you've seen, if you heat them up to a very high temperature, because what happened, you put a current to it. We've done this for a group which we're investing with IMAC in Belgium for diamond switching. And we tested this material. So what happens is that if you heat up this, after you've done your coating, and then you heat up the copper wire to a very high temperature that the copper melts, and if you can hold it in an angle that the copper can run out, you have the real nanotube. The origin. This is what we call the black hole. This is what we call the zero tunnel. So if you can put these, and you can spend time to make these, it takes you about 10 cents, I think, maybe $1. You cut the copper wires the way you see in that box I have. I'll show them tangled together. And then you hold them in a position maybe straight up, and you heat them in the oven that the copper can run out. The material would stay itself. It's very strong. So now you have a hollow tube. Place these on a mat or a mat of sand. These are the best filters for decontamination of radioactive material or any material. And then you can wash them and then put them back in again. What we did in Belgium in tests is that when you heat them up, we put a torch onto it. We literally melted the copper. And then when you take the temperature away, the coating becomes the container, and the copper solidifies in the container, in the nano coating. So these are diamonds. These are diamond structures, but in a GANs and a nano layering GANs. So they're literally destructible. You cannot destroy them. You can change them to powder, but they keep their characteristic. So if you are doing water decontamination in Japan, this is one of the ways to do it. You heat up the very high temperature in the furnace over the gas torch, that the copper runs out of the tube, and you put these tubes as a mixture within even a sand or within, it has to be something which cannot block them. And you just put your water on top of it, and then you'll find out it's a filtering. You have to understand the size. The size is very important. This technology can be used for AIDS, for example. A red cell is 10 micron, or 10, nanolayer thick. 8th cell is 11 nano. So if you can make a filter which is 10, you can purify the blood. There is no need for dialysis in the space. You can build these to be in the blood vein and replace them. You can do the same purification with water, you can do the same purification with air. And they can be washed very easy, so if they get clogged up, you clean them and you put them back in the place. This could be very handy for you in Bangladesh. This is one of the ways to do with the malaria. You can run these things into the contaminated waters, and you can literally pick up the mosquito seeds, or what do you call it, the eggs. There are different ways of developing it. Now, another question. No more questions? Oh, we have that bird again. Hello, have we finished?
So Rick is not able to speak because he lost the microphone.
I would like to ask an...
Yeah,
yes.
If some other questions.
Okay. I'll ask a question if I could then. It's Mark again. I'm wondering if I heard you correctly before, Miran, is this are these balls, are these nanoballs, are they spherical?
If you make them into the GANs, yes. There are different processes to make them a GANs, or you make it to a nanolayer. If you want to understand the difference, next time when you eat meat, look at the structure of the flesh of the animal. If you see, they are not like a piece of metal stuck together. They are like little balls which are interconnected, and they make the fiber. Yeah. If you look in detail, is balls connected to each other. We see this ball separation very much in the structure of the brain. Different balls of different magnetic gravitational field strength make the different layers of the brain. We don't see muscle and tissues, but each gravitational magnetic field ball has different conductivity strength and directional strength. And that's why in the brain you don't have no lines, because the balls communicate within the structure of themselves in the direction. This will open a lot in the world of medicine. So there are, and then you get them.
So this is
you
the
get
reason
the
I
balls.
asked.
Yeah, but let me, maybe I couldn't explain it to you. You get the balls as a GANs, but in a nano layer, in one layer. Do you understand? So you get if you can imagine,
yeah, okay, yes.
you have bunch of marbles in a tube. Yeah, this is the structure of the fiber of the body. This is literally the structure of your neurosystem. If you hit the ball on the top, you get the vibration to the bottom ball. But if you hit the ball on the side, you get no vibration anywhere else. This is the conductivity and behavior of the superconductors and the GANs. So you can make a nano layer of GANs materials, which is the structure of your body.
Here's the specific reason what I was trying to understand if you said this, because there's another material that I'm aware of that is proprietary, that has that's a nano material that can absorb radiation and then release it and store it in energy as a battery, actually becomes a battery for absorbing radiation from the environment and using it as a battery.
Yes, we work with, we try to do this work with You know the Continental, well-known tire manufacturers in Europe. They have a division. They have a division which is involved in. They are very heavily involved in batteries and production of batteries, energy units is part of their side work. We done some work, or what do you call it? We talked to them some times ago, and it's the way I was trying to explain to them, but they couldn't understand it that time. They're still in their dreamland with it. The easiest way I can say, look at the same. If you put these marbles, which we play with, in a ball, put them in a glass ball. Put hundreds of marbles you play with in a big glass ball. You see that even though they're packed together, there are gaps in between them because of their shape. The same thing happens in nanolayers. And the same thing happens in GANs nanolayers, or a GANs structure. These balls, even though in touch with each other, there are gaps in between them. So these gaps where you store the energy. That's why if you listen to the tape, I tell you, this is nanomaterials are PN junctions, capacitors. This is one of the first things we discovered about 10 years ago. We published it, and we know the people who got the Nobel Prize in Manchester University, they've been sitting on our website, everything, and they've tried to publish it as their own work, but that's their job. But most of the thing which we discovered with nanotechnology used to be on Keshe Foundation Technology website, well read by our Nobel Prize winners in Manchester University. And but now nobody can patent anything because it's all in public, has been in public. If they tell you this is priority right, we have a video of it. It's been on the internet for 2 or 3 years, so it's public information. Nobody can block anything to do with this technology anymore. It says the only proprietary is if nobody knows about it. And we cover the patents in a way that everybody knows about everything. I should thank Dirk. I don't know if he's not with us today. I know he's traveling very soon. Is the way he's written the patents. He's written the patents the way he works in a cunning way that he covers all aspects. Next question.
Fabulous. I'm very happy to hear it. Thank you. Thank you, Mara.
You're welcome. Is there anything else or any other question on the forums or a chat room?
Well, I have many questions I could ask, but this has gone for maybe a little while, so maybe you want to have a rest perhaps, and I would like to communicate with you directly if it's possible.
We discuss everything in the workshops because then everybody can use it maybe in the future for different ideas. Is there anything, Elia or Rick, on the line? Any questions you want us to ask?
I'm here, and Rick is not able to speak because lost the microphone. And
he lost.
Yeah, if someone has a question.
I think we lost Yuko as well. She's disappeared. She's not contactable. Is there anything else on the streamlines you want to ask?
From my side, no questions.
I got a quick question. I don't know.
Hi, Ludmil.
Yeah, hi. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm go through meetings, so I don't know what's happening.
Yes. Okay.
I got a quick question. So you cover copper with KOH or NaOH, and that creates certain magraphs.
I don't cover it. No, you don't cover it. I think you've got the
whole
thing.
You create the nanolayer there, but
yes,
my question is in different aspect. If you have, let's say, aluminum and same NaOH, is it gonna be the same magraph, or I guess
no, it's different?
And that's supposed to attract different material than, let's say, radioactivity.
yes, but different radioactivity. Each material has a capacity for different. Something which let me explain something that's not going far from what you said. What you see as nano layers, the black stuff, or the GANs of layers as powder, for you to be able to see a nano layer, it has to be at least maybe 10 to 20,000 layers thick. You can't see nano layer with naked eye. So as you have layers on top of layers on top of layers, you create the same thing as I said about the marbles in a bowl where they're stuck together. And these layers create different magnetic gravitational fields as more and more of them they interact and they get built up on top of each other. And if you look at if you get a nano layer and put them in, they are not all in the same position, so you create a spectrum of gravitational magnetic fields strength in one layer. So you don't absorb only one, or you don't attract only one kind of field strength. You create a spectrum depending on the physical structure as well. So you need, with aluminium, you create something else. With titanium, you create something else. With gold, you create different condition, and you can even make hydrogen and oxygen nanolayers and nanomaterials through GANS system. So each layer, each material creates different gravitational magnetic pull.
So is it somehow a table or something which we can use to know what we create?
Oh, I think we leave these with
like
the guys who come
some
here,
reference material or something.
These are future, what do you call it, research and data. That's what the theoretical business is.
Oh.
If you understand it, if I can explain it, is you go into a tunnel of a maze of tunnels. It's like when you go into the caves with a few exits. As you go into these tunnels, you have different wind and different temperatures and different climates. It's the same thing with the nanolayers. So different climates because the temperature is different or the speed of the wind in that part of the tunnel is different. So it's the same thing happens, but now with magnetic field, gravitational field through these layers of nanomaterial. Who's going to measure what? It'll be a spectrum. Everything with nanolayers and gas nanolayers is a spectrum, is not one specific. Then you have another problem if you make a dynamic GAN systems. This is what we are looking in the next generation of the space reactors, where instead of filling it up with gases, we're filling them up with GANs of CO2. I'm working on this when it will be done. I don't know, maybe when the students are here. Then you create the condition of the brain of human. That will be the, what do you call it, non-wireless connections. And the reactors, which the magnetic field will be different. Next question.
Well, I can suggest try with wine. That's gonna be a funny reactor.
With what? With
wine.
Wine.
At least it's gonna wine. That is gonna be a happy reactor. That's for sure.
Any other questions?
Some other questions? Vince?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, it is Luciana. I don't know if...
I can hear you.
Can we go through?
Yes, I can hear you, Luciana.
Okay, so I would like to... Oh, okay, thank you. So I would like to ask you two very quick question. One of these is continuing to your answer to
You have
Ludmil's
an
question.
incoming call from
So,
9th Keshe Public Teaching
as you
Workshop,
said,
Fukushima.
the spectrum of magravs depends on the material of which you build the nanomaterial. And I'm thinking that the thickness of the nanolayer will dictate the amplitude or the intensity of the field, if I'm correct.
You see, yeah, but the problem is if you listen to part of, yeah, in a way you're, don't think about amplitude, you're away from this matter situation. Amplitudes and what do you call it, the phasing and these things are out of the window.
Intensity.
Yeah, the intensity is the magnetic field, gravitational field, the strength, yeah. But you have to be very observant and very careful. The minute you touch these nanomaterial physically to hold, you have crushed them back to matter. This is something you got to. You
okay,
will
this is
find
very
out.
good observation too.
Yeah, the minute you touch any, if you want to cut, let's say, a pipe for 2 meters, let's say 10 centimeter for a job, you always cut 12 centimeter, where you can hold the ends without actually crushing the whole layer. These are like the Napoleon cake, which is layers of cake and cream and cake, what you call like a very thin pastry. Yes. This is exactly what nano layers are. If you squeeze it, the whole thing crushes together. So these are the things you have to watch. You never, if you noticed on the table, on the video, I put the nails next to each other. You don't try to pile on. Piling on, you destroy the layers. So you get a minimum. The best thing to make these nano layers, these materials, is on like a conveyor belt, that they never come in touch with each other. They never get crushed. You use it. That's why I said don't touch till the minute you want.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
These are the things you have to. It's literally, as well as in Napoleon, I always say it's like a cake. If you squeeze it, you destroy it. It's a nano layer. It's just 1 times 10 minus thickness. It's just no strength on it. If you try to drill in it, you won't drill in it. But because it's like a tube, it just crushes down. And the thing is, you will see the difference where you crush the material becomes very shiny. It becomes actually the structure of a diamond. You see it. Yeah? Where the other part stays like powdery and fluffy. Any other question?
Right, thank you. Very, very good observations. And the second question will be for enabling us to learn us.
Pardon?
No, I was referring to the next question. You was having in the video the process of making nanolayers from copper and iron to filter cesium and whatever, plutonium, whatever is there. But to do some very simple experiments, as for example, to absorb water from atmosphere, what kind of material should be used to create the nanolayers? Let's say, for example, to absorb
any will do.
Regular air.
Any will do. Any material. Any material has the capability of extracting moisture. Any nanomaterial. Well, you got to know how to do it and the way you got to set it up. This is, I don't know if you listened to the conversation which I was trying to explain to the professor, that the peoples, we say that these materials can be grown in deserts. You can grow seeds in the driest place in the land. Yeah, and then they grow better, and they give a 5 or 6 or 10 times more harvest. This is not a talk because it's been done by the foundation. Foundation has paid for this research. we know exactly what we're talking about. What happens in reality when you coat the seed with the material? Now you create a layer of gravitational magnetic field on this seed. The research has shown, or people who've done the research, they tell you in their data, because they have a full data for it, depends on how long you put the seed in the moisture, in the water before you plant it. The timing decides how fast and how late the seed will grow. So what you do, you create a nano layer on the skin, and the skin stays with the seed all its life. So now you have a nano layer on the skin of the seed. This nano layer has the capability, because of the ability of the coating, to extract moisture as it needs from the environment, so it waters itself. And because of the complex structure of the nano layer, oxygen and nitrogen being near to each other, don't forget the layer we use is CO2, and the carbon is on the same, structure, near enough. Then you absorb as much nitrogen as you like from the atmosphere. Then you fertilize and you feed through the same layer. You don't collect tons of moisture. You collect whatever moisture which is near the seed. So seed, it's like you put a cold finger in the hot air and you condense the water drops. The water drops are in the air, but when you create the condition with a cold stick, then you get the moisture. Now these nanolayers behave the same but magnetic gravitation. So you absorb the water, moisture from the air, and you absorb the nitrogen from the air the same way, because carbon is 12, nitrogen is 14, and oxygen is 16. It's a near enough magnetic field gravitational field pull. So that's why life exists on this planet. But when you do that, the nitrogen with some helium within the environment releases immediately with the water the hydrogen with the energy needed for the growth. Don't forget
Thank you for the
spectacular.
I was having my angle of question, because you stated, for example, that iron is going to attract cesium, and the copper will attract.
No. Hello. Stop. You misunderstood. Yes. You misunderstood. The gaps which are created on the nano layers decide what gets attracted, not the iron or the copper or bronze. The magnetic gravitational fields in those gaps decides what material is attracted, not the material. You can create the same condition with glass, maybe, as it has with the metal. Is that clear?
Thank you. That is a very good, clarification.
Yeah, because if you look at the tape, look at this tape maybe 10, 20 times, and then you understand different things from it. I'm very specific in choice of words in my presentations, because it has to be correct. I show you a ring, and I put another ring inside it, and I say this is like cesium. It's not that it's the size of it, is the gravitational magnetic field, the strength of it will attract it to it. When you put two magnets together, one doesn't go inside the other, huh? They sit next to each other.
You have an incoming call from 9th Keshe Public Teaching Workshop.
This is the same process.
Fukushima.
It's not filling the gap, but the gap creates a gravitational magnetic field which can hold that cesium in a floating condition. They don't get attached to each other because it's in a...
Right, I understand.
You understand? So it depends what that layer, and that's what I said just a few minutes ago.
Yes, I understand, but I have a...
Ask.
The next question will be, and how do you influence the size of the PN junctions on a... in other words, I'm guessing that putting different chemicals, as you explained, you can influence the size of the gaps that you are creating.
Yes, but that you go with like me. You go like me and you test materials, huh? You go like me and you test different materials. If you add aluminium to your caustic process at the beginning, you get a different process. If you remember in my last talk, when we talked in the last workshop, I was talking about the candle holders, the little aluminum candle or the metal candles you put in. You light up when you go to the church, a little round one, so you make your fancy dinner, you put on the table. If you look at the video, some of them are on the table, right in front of where I put the water inside. You can add, what you add in, you dictate what is going to be in your nanolayers too. So composite nanolayers is part of the life, and that's how we have different fiber tissues in our body, and part becomes the skin, and part becomes the flesh, and part becomes the blood vessels. You missed that table. Look at that video once just to see what
Thank you. I mean, this is clear.
You understand? Hello? Are we there? Hello?
Yes, now it's clear.
You're very clear.
So that also clarified what we discussed in the previous workshop.
If you listen to all the workshops we've done and put them all together, you should be in a space by June. Because a lot of things has been given to you. This is what I explained to the...
I'm trying to do some whiskey.
No, but this is what I was explaining to our Japanese friends on the line before. When we talk, if I go into the details of scientific breakthrough, people don't understand. So we try to make this science in a way that a common man can help himself on this planet and in this space. I explained very clearly that the cesium in the water is not doing anything, but part of the cesium, we see reduction in the cesium, is that the nitrogen fertilizers in the land absorb a lot of the radiation from the cesium, but they don't do it fast enough because nitrogen has the capability to absorb beta radiation. So what does it do? It goes through the process of water. But this is, if you create the right condition for it to be there, that the cesium behaves, but nitrogen behaves as the converter. And if you look at the same process, this is what I explained in your lung, in our medical section with Elia. There is never, ever a single oxygen passes the wall of the lung. The same process.
Yes.
You have the hydrogen. Let me explain to you. Our lungs is a nano-layer gas. So the same process happens. So the nitrogen comes with a release of the hydrogen to a helium and a carbon, and that helium nitrogen mixes with the nitrogen itself. Then it gives you the moisture, which is the oxygen and the hydrogen and the water. Oxygen stays as a mixture in, and the hydrogen becomes your energy through your lighting of your red blood cells, that you call it oxygenated. The process is the same all the time. You have to understand how and what material.
Yes, you're right. But if I may suggest, in our technology workshop and also in the medical with Elia, you could use a more, technical verbiage, because here there are doctors who are quite aware of these chemicals and all that stuff, and the technology people are also aware of these conditions. So
yes, and we have the farmers.
Videos.
We have the farmers in Japan who are trying to save their lives. They have as much right. They have to understand the whole lot. And we have people in Africa who are listening to try to save their lives.
Right. What I was saying is, with that video that you released today, you was very clear in explaining this compacting and creating these magraphs, which each and every layer of nanomaterial, which makes a lot of sense for the technical people, and they know how to take it from here. And
I
of
hope
course,
so.
there'll be more questions for you.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. The thing is, we've seen the first practical ways of people like Nukeo trying to run a workshop in Japanese today. This is a miniature workshop that this is what's going to happen with our knowledge seekers in 2-3 weeks' time here. They have to run these workshops. They have to talk to their scientists and for them to understand it, or somebody to explain to the scientists what it is and how we do it and what's the reason behind it. When it comes to specific conditions, we have
right,
to...
and if I may make another opinion.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. And if I may have an opinion, once, let's say, we, the technical people and the medical people do understand, we can, how to say, very fast train people, let's say, in engineering in their own language. And they they will understand very fast and accurate.
Now you know why we start bringing knowledge seekers and we chose specific people for specific jobs. At the same time, I'm not a very good communicator, so these people can communicate in different languages that you can understand. Through the workshops and through the knowledge seekers workshops, we should be able to train 2 to 3 million people by the end of this year. Easy. Because when you start doing things, you manufacture the things, but my only wish is that none of you ever patent anything. Because if you do it, then you're back to the cycle of the, what do you call it, Rothschilds and Apples and the rest. You have enough, we've taught you enough to make your life easy and comfortable. At the same time, for the ones who understand better, should facilitate for the others to be able to learn and do it. And as I said, the knowledge seekers of today will become the teachers of next couple of months or so. And you people outside as a specialist have to support them in what it is and how you can facilitate them. This video we released today will put shock behind a lot of top nations from tomorrow. I promise you by 3 o'clock this afternoon, the White House will be fully aware of what's on this video, the same as the Japanese government will be listening. Because now they understand how you as normal people have come in possession of the technology which was a dream technology for human race. Now you see how it's done, you see the effectiveness of it. Rick sent me an email with an attachment that somebody in Russia has done a test with an English guy or somebody showing that how nanomaterials float. We already knew this. We knew this 10 years ago, but we never published. We don't publish it, but so scientifically sits there. The contamination, but now producing nanomaterials at such a no cost opens up totally different technology. Opens up. If you, what I told you about the nanotube, if you touch it, it crushes. The professors in Ghent University, they tried to use this as a brake system, the property of this crushing of the nanomaterial. What it is, if you look at the new bicycles or new cars' brake system, it's got holes in it. They deliberately create holes in the brake disc because it speeds up the braking system. Now look at the nanomaterial. These holes are naturally in there. So if you make a brake steel, and coat it with nanomaterial with these natural holes in it, you'll see what happens. You have a brake disc which never gets damaged, but at the same time you have the best brake system because it's a natural holes nano-coated. And they never get filled up. So you got to see in what respect you want to use them, what the knowledge is given to you. And you lot with your expertise will open a Pandora box within the next few months from what is on this table. We see part of the thing, but what you can do, the process we can teach you in the long run, you do it before we do. You can use the wire system in your houses for energy supply for your own house. Now you've seen the process. You nano-coat, you don't need okay, you might need, what do you call it, a small silicon coating, but you nano-coat your wires, and your wires are insulated from each other, but you have to nano-coat it in a specific way that the current doesn't jump between the two wires, but even it doesn't matter because it always stays stable. Then your wiring system in your house absorbs the energy within the wall and what comes off the ground and supplies the energy for your systems. So you don't need any power supply. I'm not telling you something fairy tale because we tested it. We know what we're talking about.
Yes, you are referring to create some sort of supercapacitor.
They are supercapacitors, but millions of layers of it. Millions of layers of it. Nanotube, this is a real nanotube. And the diameter of the nanotube depends on the size of the copper wire you like to use. And then depends what you want to purify, blood or water. You understand? It's the simplicity of it. It's just like a sieve.
You explain that with viruses and all that stuff.
Yeah, so it's like a sieve. What size is the size of the hole of a sieve? You want the water to go through it or you want sand to go through it? The technology with this video is opened up beyond.
I think that it's very clear.
From now on, we'll see the power of the technology. And with it, we'll enforce the world peace. The people who signed the World Peace Treaty, now this is the time to sit by your signed signature. See if you can use it and stick to what you said, that your technology will be used for peace only. The guy who wants to help in Bangladesh, you have a free run. You've been asking, give us the technology. No, you have it in full, but put it this way, the difference between me and you is that I've been working with it 40 years. And you're just a bit behind me in development, but soon you'll pass me. Get on the internet, get on the Facebook.
Still have.
Pardon? I can hear you.
I have a question about. I have a question about the layering on the copper wire, because you are collecting energy. How do you relate to the potential built up? Is it by the number of layering you have on the wire, or is it the length of the wire?
The maximum you get, as far as we can research, is 1.2 volts per wire, 10 meter long or 10 millimeter long.
Oh.
You understand?
Yeah.
The other thing you will understand is that, the other thing you will understand, you cannot weld, solder, or any way fuse nano-coated materials together. You try, you'll have a laughing time. The nano layers cannot be soldered together. They cannot be welded together. Because it's exactly like marbles, They slide over each other. The layers slide. And then when you do it, then if you crush it, it becomes like a diamond. Then that's your another problem. So you have to find a way of connecting nano layer coated together if you're going for energy production, which we have done and we've shown it. You got to look at other presentations. You'll see it in it. I have a very clear message to the people who listen and to the people who are in other games of defense and the rest. It's very simple. The game is over. The game of defense and military, the way it's been done, is over, and now everybody has the same knowledge. You cannot, as you can create magnetic gravitational field of cesium, you can create gravitational magnetic field of the nuclear warheads. Empty cups cannot do much damage. You understand? So a lot of world governments can claim they have a nuclear warhead. No problem. We set the system out in the distance. There is no material to be a nuclear warhead. I said that the governments, world leaders will come to understand the game of the war games is finished. It's over. It's done with. The way you extract uranium from the ground and the system we showed, you just make the gravitational magnetic field of uranium. Somebody started running a link on the forum regarding measurement of gravitational fields, which is running currently. Read the paper, you understand very easily how to measure your magnetic gravitational fields. This guy has done a marvelous job. You want the data, get it from him. Ask him to give you the measurement of the professor. You know what I'm talking about. It's on the forum link. He's done gravitational magnetic measurements, and some of you said you read the paper, but read the paper now in a different way. Then you can empty all the nuclear warheads around the world in a matter of a few weeks. There is no war. When there is a big problem. Security has to be there, but the threat of being superpower shouldn't be. We need the world, what you call the world police force, not to be in the hand of these crazy people. But we don't need a military hardware to protect imaginary lines, what we call the land, or robbing another nation to put some more yellow metals in somewhere that we are bigger. Now with this technology, as you do more tests, you'll find out you absorb the cesium. Now adjust your system, create gold. From today, with what we released, gold has no value. And very soon, you will see the difference. The people will understand the way you can create gravitational magnetic field of the cesium or hydrogen or water. In a very short time, the first team of scientists will do the same thing with gold. So I want to know, as I said, if you go back on some of my talks before, we tell to the governments who are trying to empty central bank of some nations, how much gold you want back there tomorrow morning. We can extract as much as you like from the fresh air. This is the message from this tape. I said to people, we're going to change the scene.
Mr. Keshe, here,
we've done it. Go ahead. Ask a question.
A very punctual question. In the video you released, you have cesium or plutonium into the whatever water and environment, and you create the nano material to trap it. But in order to create the physical material, let's say gold,
it's the same. We don't need it around.
To the dynamic reactors.
No, we can do it with the dynamic reactors, of course, but you can create the condition to attract layers on top of these layers if you know how to do it. The difference.
In other words, you start with a nano material of gold.
Okay, let me explain to you. I think No. Let me explain to you something very interesting. You have a totally different concept of creation. Totally different concept of creation. I tell you exactly to bring your mind to understand what I've given to you today. I explain it to you in a very simple way. Look at your own skin. You wash your skin and the skin layer comes off. Yeah? And a new layer is coming from underneath up. You don't go and buy a skin and stick it on top. This is the wrong mentality and attitude which is built in our lives. We paste things on top. We say it's got a cover. We put a jacket on. We have a clothing. You missed one thing in the whole process. This is what you did not understand. I'm trying to explain to you. I think you missed the biggest point in the whole lot. With the production of nano layers, the layering does not come from outside sitting on it. It's the material internally growing out from the skin of the material underneath of the way your skin grows. You missed this point, and I think where does this nano layer comes from? Is one layer is sealed. If you put one paint or brush on, it's finished. But when you create from underneath, like your own skin, you can take whatever you like from the top. Look at the structure. You missed this point. That's what I said. Everything in that tape has to be looked at the way it is, not the way you've been taught. Your skin grows from underneath up, from your flesh, come up. And when it gets to the top, it becomes powderish. You rub it off and it comes off your skin. That's why we shed the skin day and night as we walk. For the first time, with this, what I showed you, you create the same condition. The layers are built from the skin up, not from top to the bottom. If it's a nano copper oxide on the top and it's 20,000 layer, where did it come from? Where is the first layer? This is what you've got to understand. If you take your copper wires, for example, and then dip it in, as I said, leave it in the moisture of the same sodium, caustic. If you put the material immediately into the water and wash it with the water, you will see a very strange property. You will see copper oxide oozing through the skin out, because now you have touched with water the bottom layer which is next to the metal, and you are oxidized it. So it's coming through the hole and gaps between the marbles. This is what you missed the biggest punch. That's why I said you see a tape. I can speak about all my lifetime about what's on this tape, and you learn something new. The layering comes from the skin up, not from the top to the bottom. Once the layer is made on the top, what else can you do with the other one underneath? How are you going to reach it to make it? Because of the hole and gaps and the solid material, the division, that's what I told you, to leave it for 24 hours. The material seeps through the gaps between the marbles to the metal, makes a new layer. The new layer is still gap and holes, so it makes another new layer. The Napoleon cake is not made from the top, it's made from underneath up. You understand? So now, what condition you want to be the bottom line? To create a condition of gold, or you want a condition of the hydrogen? You understand? The game of technology has changed. The game of science has changed. From today, with this tape, and I hope you people can release this workshop today, don't wait for a week. Edit it as fast as you can and put it on YouTube, as many places that the governments cannot destroy it. There are active people around trying
there is
to
downloaded.
Yeah, don't edit it. Let it be the way it is. Yeah, and distribute it around any scientific organization, anybody you know. Because from today, this knowledge has to belong to everybody and not one group like we sit here. This is important. This is one of the important things with this.
With your
Some other questions? I think Ukako is now in GoToMeeting and she wanted to say something. Vince?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much indeed for workshop. I already have several feedback from the Japanese audience.
Yes.
And also I deeply apologize for the technical problem today, but this is something we can improve for the next opportunity. And then I'm going to upload your YouTube video with the Japanese subtitle from today, and I hope we can get more like a small workshop group from now on more regularly.
You are responsible for Japanese. You're responsible for the Japanese workshop from now on. So yeah, that was a good taste of what's going to happen in the future. You're welcome. Thank you very much for your hard work here, Coco, and Rick, and everybody else.
Thank
Any
you very
other
much.
questions?
So, Mr. Keshe,
yes.
We will try to do a torrent to the video that was downloaded today, so it can be distributed like worldwide without any hindering. So we'll hope that in this way it cannot be blocked at all.
I hope so, because we know there are moves from certain governments. When I tell you this, because we received a telephone call from a government yesterday. We know what they are doing and how they're operating, and they thought this workshop will not go ahead. But I do not shake and shiver just because somebody sneezes. You have to allow it to be distributed as fast as possible, and maybe, not maybe, we have to increase the workshops when the knowledge seekers are here in a couple of weeks to 1 or 2 a week to answer everybody at the same time, or be able to do workshops and it can be loaded in different places, but all on the YouTube channels. Rick is back.
Yes.
Yeah, who else is? Hi, I can hear you, yes. There is no more questions.
Няма повече въпроси.
Oh. Thank you very much indeed. We got to, what do you call it? Please put this up straight away, and if you can put it as a YouTube, another streamline, if it can be done. Thank you. Bye. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Bye.
Thank you very much for everything.
Bye.
Bye.